the whole agenda is to create a one world government, and the goals of the banking industry, not just the Federal Reserve System, but the private banks in Germany and England, all over Italy, all over the world, they all work together. They're all central banks, and they're all part of the Communist Manifesto. You know, central banking is one of the major planks of the Communist Manifesto. We talk about America being a capitalistic country, but yet at the same time, we have a central bank that plans everything for us, right? And the graduated income tax is another plank of the Communist Manifesto, right? So right there, you have two major planks of the Communist Manifesto that have been brought in because of the Federal Reserve System, okay? So the ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one-world government. Now, they've taken over our government, but Republicans and Democrats, there's no difference anymore between the two parties. They control both parties. Doesn't matter to them which one wins, because who's ever running for president will be someone they anoint, okay? Whether it's Hillary Clinton or John McCain running for president next year, they're going to be people that are going to do what they want them to do. And the fact of the matter happens to be that you can't win an election unless you have enough money to win. They make sure who gets the money. It was necessary for them to take over America, take away our gun rights of freedom to bear arms, and create a country where we become slaves. Because once they take over America, the rest of the world becomes a lot easier for them.
November 16, 1933, the day we recognized the Soviet Union. Its purpose, its open stated goal, its strategy was to overthrow the rest of the world and impose the teachings of Marx, and then Leninism, and then we get to Stalin. Now, 4 American presidents, beginning in 1917, refused to recognize this revolutionary government, knowing full well that you could not have, quote, normal, or even normal without quotes, relations with a government calculating towards your own destruction. This was obviously, you could not have agreements, they would be broken, you could not have any kind of deals or alliances. And so this government was shunned by the United States until 1933. And that was the year in November when Franklin Roosevelt, then in his very first term, recognized the Soviet Union. In order to perpetuate this alliance, to continue relations with the Soviet Union, which became really an obsession of American governments from that day forward, the American government had to learn to lie to the people, tell us lies about communism, tell us lies about Stalin, tell us lies about the Soviet Union. And I think in some way, these ills that we see in our culture today, I think have their roots in this relationship that Roosevelt himself believed in, convergence. And I suppose that the money people you're talking about came out of that same mindset and were promoting that same mindset and were indeed the influence on Roosevelt in making this decision. Given the record of the Bolshevik government coming in terms of body count, in pre-revolutionary times, the Tsarist government executed about 17 political prisoners a year. Compare this to the Spanish Inquisition, which at its height destroyed 10 people a month. But in those early revolutionary years, the Soviet, the new Bolshevik secret police, executed without trial more than 1,000 people per month. Later in the 1930s, Stalin was killing tens of thousands of people per month. And yet the United States rushed into alliance, rushed to recognize the Soviet government under Roosevelt during World War II, rushed into this alliance. And so you go again to these advisors, many of whom we later learned, confirmed after archives opened on the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, we later learned many of these senior officials in the United States government were working for Stalin. I don't feel the same way about that war anymore, and I'm convinced that if my father were still living, that he would also greatly question what he had actually participated in. Because when you look at that post-war map, what happened? There is a devastated Germany, and in that vacuum, there is a new, thriving, powerful, U.S.-supplied Soviet empire in its place. I think most Americans would tell you they're still living in a capitalist free country with all manner of liberty. The brainwashing, the conditioning that has been so successful and has demoralized us is definitely bringing us to this point of a certain kind of tyranny. Does not have at this point, does not have the gulag, it's not have people knocking at the door with guns yet. It does, however, make examples of truth tellers. It makes examples of people who cross the line. And this serves to tyrannize us. And we are experiencing this. And yet you ask most people, they'll say we won the Cold War. Well, I say, look, 100 million dead after the communist century, and Republicans who have the majority in Congress cannot muster the votes to repeal and defund socialized medicine. Who won the Cold War?
The communist rules for revolution read like this: corrupt the young, get them away from religion, get them interested in sex, make them superficial, and destroy their ruggedness. Always preach true democracy, but seize power as fast and as ruthlessly as possible. Communist rules for revolution: by encouraging government extravagance, destroy its credit, produce fear of inflation with rising prices and general discontent, promote abortion, homosexuality, lesbianism, witchcraft, cause the restriction of all firearms on some pretext with a view of confiscating them and leaving the population helpless. That is communism. Let me tell you what communists do. You want to know when you've got a communist? This was the plan passed from Joseph Stalin to various communist district organizers in helping America self-destruct. Religion: discredit all Christian creeds. What do we got today? We've got occult cartoons, occult in the bookstores, and occult movies and occult videos. In the ethical area, corrupt morality by advocating promiscuity and degenerate perversion. During the early part of Bill Clinton's administration, under Jane Alexander, American taxpayers financed a 3-foot mound of synthetic excrement, a sculpture of 2 women engaging in oral sex, a film actually showing one man pushing his head into another man's rectum, a photo of a man with a bull whip in his rectum, a film depicting Jesus Christ, a topless woman. Wake up! This is communism.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of election, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. Its dissenters are silenced. Its dissenters are silenced. Its dissenters are silenced.
Council on Foreign Relations is supposedly just a think tank addressing the issues that face America. But the Council on Foreign Relations is a front for the secret society that Cecil Rhodes created. In 1891, it pursues his goal of creating a world government where there'd be no more wars, there'd be no more hunger, there'd be no poverty. Everything would be wonderful and people would live happily ever after. That was basically the dream that Cecil Rhodes had. The Royal Institute for International Affairs that works closely with the monarchy. Parliament in England is simply a front. They don't make the decisions. However, the Council on Foreign Relations is no longer the primary organization. Basically, the existence of this organization was concealed. Very few people knew about it. David Rockefeller controls trillions of dollars. For 15 years, pursuing this globalist program, decided they needed another organization, the Trilateral Commission. And the Trilateral Commission was not only American, it was international. There's a small elite group made up of bankers and financiers and educators who believe in this concept of world government. England and America always work together and put into positions of power dictators who will go along with this idea of world government. And we've recently seen them topple the government of Egypt, of Tunisia, of Libya. They've done it in Iraq, they've done it in Afghanistan. They create war after war after war because they want to bring about world peace. From 1977 to 2004, every president of the United States and or vice president of the United States, sometimes both, has been a member of the Trilateral Commission. That was from 1977 to 2008. That would be Jimmy Carter, his vice president, Ronald Reagan's vice president, George Herbert Walker Bush, member of the Trilateral Commission, Bill Clinton and Al Gore. Dick Cheney was a member of the Trilateral Commission. George W. Bush was not a member. Barack Obama is not a member of the Trilateral Commission. Barack Obama picked 11 of them to actually surround him. Hillary Clinton is not a member of the Trilateral Commission, but her husband was.
We get a lot of advice from the council, so this will mean I won't have this far to go to be told what we should be doing. And
the Trilateral Commission controls the American government. Now, the American people don't know that. Certainly when Hillary Clinton announced that she was going to resign and Barack Obama suggested we put in Susan Rice as the Secretary of State, Susan Rice came to the membership roles of the Trilateral Commission, discredited because of some remarks she made. So they picked another person for the Secretary of State in the United States. His name is John Kerry, and you'd never guess where he came from. Senator John Kerry, member of the Trilateral Commission. The elite rule America, they rule England, they rule the world today. You can go to their website at trilateral.org, and where, of course, you can see their logo. It's made up of a circle with 3 curved arrows. If you look closely, you'll see their sixes. You'll see the 666 joined together in the center by an upside-down broken cross. This is an occult organization. Cecil Rhodes was involved in the occult. The people who joined with him in this pursuit of a world government were involved in the occult. And it is these occult organizations, both the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, which are the major force behind this move towards world government. And if you're coming at this from a Christian point of view, you realize, of course, it's been prophesied for thousands of years. We would establish a world government. We would reconstitute the government that Nimrod tried to produce about 200 years after the Great Flood. And of course, Nimrod wanted to build the Tower of Babylon to reach the heavens. He wanted to replace God with a one world government under his control. And of course, that failed. This movement continues today. There were secret societies at the time of Nimrod. There are secret societies today. There really is a mystical world out there. There's a supernatural world. There really are supernatural forces.
Sarah McKechnie is taking her professional and spiritual journey through life with her husband, Dale McKechnie, who is vice president of the Lucis Trust.
They probably thought Lucifer, light bearer, was a good name for their fledgling publishing company when they started to publish the books that Alice Bailey was writing, the books they saw as bringing light to humanity. But within 2 or 3 years, they decided to change the name of the company to Lucis Publishing Company. Lucis being from the same Latin term meaning of light, trust of light, publishing company of light, and that's the name we've had since about 1925. Now, the reference to Lucifer comes from Blavatsky's description of Lucifer in the accurate sense of the term, which is of Latin origin. It means literally light bearer. So Lucifer to Blavatsky was one of the great sacrificial beings who descended to earth. That's where we get the idea of the fall fall of the angels. That was the descent of the solar angels to Earth as an act of sacrifice on our behalf.
But is it not so that Lucius Trust, Alice Bailey, was looking for specifically the prophet Maitreya?
The Maitreya is a being, an entity. We're told that when this entity, this avatar, returns, that he will bring humanity a new understanding of the spiritual will. But first, we have to demonstrate that the energy of love is sufficiently anchored in human consciousness to make us able to bear a greater spiritual will. You can imagine a powerful will without sufficient love would be wrongly used. You can imagine a powerful will without sufficient love would be wrongly used.
I'm sure you can see straight away that this is an androgynous performer. This is part of the agenda in that the fallen are androgynous. But this is Baphomet, and you'll see that Baphomet is androgynous. They've got the female breasts and the male phallic here. This is work by Aleister Crowley. This is Baphomet again with the wings like the phoenix. And also, remember, you saw this at the Olympics 2020. Olympics that they had the rise of the phoenix as well.
You threw me down, but I'm gonna fly.
And now you see that she's gained wings in the background, flame wings. Once I transform, once I'm reborn. Right, now let's have a look at this in a second. This is hell, guys. This is coming from hell.
Do you have any words at all?
I do. This night is dedicated to everyone who believes in a future of peace and freedom. You know who you are. We are unity, and we are unstoppable.
Lucis Trust is a non-governmental organization that has an affiliation with the UN. How does your esoteric practice interface with the figures and policies of world government? It's a bit of a reaching question.
The UN isn't a form of government. It's a platform for the governments of the world to come together and try to work out in common ground a solution to problems. A fairly successful resolution might be the way they are approaching the problems in the Middle East. Although, again, not everybody would agree with, say, the stand taken in Libya.
It is a big idea, a new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind: peace and security, freedom, and the rule of law.
We came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? Oh, I'm sure it did.
At a 1991 closed-door meeting of fellow internationalists, billionaire and former CFR chairman David Rockefeller praised his media allies. But his confidence that his words would not leave the room was later broken.
We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other publications whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march toward a world government.
We don't want your world government! Leave Chile right now! Leave Chile, okay? Leave Chile! Your family is the most disgusting in the world, you know? You're a traitor to Chile, okay? You're a traitor to Chile, depending with him in this. Your world government will fail, okay?
We are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
Now, the main enemy is Freemasonry. Freemasonry claims that it tries to make good men better men, and it accepts only men of high moral character, and it's an educational religious society. They seek to improve the community. But what they fail to tell the people is that Masonry has another purpose. It's completely unknown to much of the public and many of the Masons. Manly P. Hall, a 33rd degree Mason, said, quote, "Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect." In the first degree, the initiate is asked the following question: what do you desire? In the first degree, he answers light. In the second degree, he answers more light. In the third degree, he answers further light. But he's led phase by phase through a series of blood oaths. Now, Albert Pike, who's probably the most famous Freemason of all time, he was a Mason who simultaneously occupied 3 different positions. He was the head of Washington, D.C. Masonry, he was the head of American Masonry, and he was the head of World Masonry. Albert Pike wrote the book Morals and Dogma. It was published in 1871. It's been called the most important book of Freemasonry. It's been called the Bible of Freemasonry. Albert Pike says in Morals and Dogma, quote, "The Mason is familiar with the doctrine that the Supreme Being is a center of light." And what is this light that the Masons are talking about? Page 321 of Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. Quote, "Lucifer, the light bearer, Lucifer, the son of the morning, is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not." End quote. And on page 324, he repeats the thought. He says, quote, "A devil, the fallen Lucifer, or light bearer."
he identifies Lucifer as being the devil. The New Agers believe the same thing as the Masons. Manly P. Hall wrote the book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. He says this, quote, "When the Mason learns the key is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands," end quote. So the Masonic writers are telling the Pope they conceal the worship of Lucifer from the rest of the Masonic Lodge. In the 28th degree, the symbol, this is for the degree Knight of the Serpent, it has a snake biting its tail. And what looks to be a friendly person, but you look in the reflection here, as you can see, if you turn it around, it's a demon. And that's important because Albert Pike says, quote, "That which is above is as that which is below," end quote. The House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., which is where Freemasons receive their 33rd degree. You have to be chosen to be a 33rd degree Mason. In the book called The History of Freemasonry, quote, "This star represents good when represented with 1 point upward." And the page reads on, quote, "But when turned with 1 point down, it represents evil," end quote. The pentagram is one of the biggest symbols in Satanism.
Well, in the French case, they organised a huge exhibition in Paris on the evils of Freemasonry as a conspiracy. And likewise, in Britain, they would have barged into big Masonic lodges and confiscated all the paraphernalia. They might well have made a big exhibition of all this stuff in the Guildhall with all sorts of photographs and information and line charts showing this great Masonic network allegedly running Britain and pointing out how many cabinet ministers or whatever were Masons. And they would have tried to sell that to the population, saying, "Look here, you idiots, you've been governed for years by 200 sort of leading Freemasons or something."
The Sonderfundungeslist GB, or Black Book, named 2,820 individual enemies of the Reich, who were to be hunted down and eliminated once Britain had been occupied. All the members of the British government and the civil service were on the list, but the remainder were the cream of Britain's intellectual and literary elite. With these detailed lists, British Freemasonry would have been eradicated, just as it was in the Channel Islands.
It was on the morning of the 27th of January, 1941, that squads of special troops, professional wreckers, arrived here at the Masonic Temple in St. Helier and set about the systematic looting and pillaging of this beautiful building. They stripped out all the main furnishings, and they also stripped out and ransacked the splendid library and museum. And as photographs which are taken at the Liberation show, the damage inflicted was horrendous. It was state vandalism.
The Masons also use a Masonic timetable system. They don't use AD, they use AL. AL is their standard of calendar system. It means Anno Lucis, and that means in the year of light. It could also be interpreted to mean in the year of Lucifer. And you can also find AL on the cornerstone at the engraved date of any cornerstone laid by the Mason. The Masons definitely believe in symbology and numerology, and they have a fascination with the number 33. Masonic Encyclopedia says that Charleston, South Carolina was selected as the first home of the Council of the 33rd Degree Masonic Lodge. Major events that have happened on the 33rd degree latitude, it's where the first nuclear bomb was tested at Trinity Site, New Mexico. And the monument chosen to commemorate this site was an obelisk, which is a Masonic symbol. The 33rd degree latitude also passes over both Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. These sites were the place where the first two bombs, atomic bombs, were dropped at the end of World War II. Truman was a 32nd degree Mason when he dropped the bombs. In October of 1945, he became a 33rd degree Mason. But the most astonishing incident that has occurred on the 33rd degree latitude of the map is that it passes over the city of Dallas, Texas, where on November the 22nd, 1963, JFK was assassinated. The president passed an obelisk that is located right in front of the school book depository on the street where the president was shot. But what we know as Freemasonry came most recently from the Order of the Knights Templar movement in the 1300s. Actually came before that, in the year 43 AD, from a group called the Mysterious Force. That's actually where Freemasonry came from. And this following information is from a book called The Origin of Masonry. The Mysterious Force was established in 43 AD, and it started when a counselor to King Herod Agrippa came to him and complained that the followers of Jesus had a mysterious force. So the purpose of this group was to attack the teachings of Jesus, and that they should establish their own mysterious force in order to preserve Judaism. King Herod Agrippa said, quote, "We will use the hammer because it was used to nail Jesus' hands and feet. Every session will be opened by striking the hammer 3 times," end quote. And you notice the judges have the hammer to bring order to the court. King Herod Agrippa said, quote, "We will make degrees. These will be 33, symbolizing the age of the impostor." And on November the 43 AD, the first official session was held in the First Temple of Jerusalem, which was a basement in the palace of King Herod Agrippa. The meeting of the Mysterious Force was always held in the temple. That was the name, the temple. And in 1717, modern Freemasonry changed it to the name of lodge. To prove that Masonry is of Jewish origin, here are the following quotes. The Rabbi Isaac Weiss wrote in 1855, quote, "Masonry is a Jewish institution whose history, degrees, assignments, signs, and explanations are of Jewish nature from beginning to end," end quote. Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism in 1897 in Switzerland, said, quote, "Masonic lodges are established all over the world to offer us help to achieve our independence. Those pigs and non-Jewish Masons will never understand the final objects of Masonry," end quote.
President Barack Obama concludes his 3-day trip to Israel today, and it began early with a trip to Mount Herzl, where he laid a wreath on the tomb of Theodor Herzl, the Zionist visionary who imagined the state of Israel, but who died 40 years before it came into being.
Those pigs and non-Jewish Masons will never understand the final objects of Masonry, end quote. Also in the Jewish Encyclopedia, there's no criticism of socialism or communism, and there, in fact, they say that they're instrumental in founding and making socialism flourish. In fact, Jewish international bankers financed the Russian Revolution. Now, going back to what all this Freemasonry is rooted in, and it's rooted in the Jewish Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is the Hebrew word for received tradition. The Jewish Kabbalah is a medieval Jewish book of occult philosophy and magic based on mystical interpretations of the Old Testament. The Kabbalah is important with magicians, sorcerers, witches, Satanists, as well as Masonic philosophers. And all the things that I just mentioned that are rooted, talked about Freemasonry, gets back and is rooted in the Jewish Kabbalah. The book Morals and Dogma has 65 pages dealing with the Kabbalah. Page 741 of Morals and Dogma says this, quote, "Masonry is a search for light. That search leads directly back to the Kabbalah."
What is your problem?
Just that, sir.
Okay.
I'm a Christian, sir.
I'm pure and virtuous and wholesome and innocent. How can you say anything about me?
Sir, you need to be born again.
I am born again.
Now, did you just say that you are Lucifer?
I am Lucifer.
Okay, define Lucifer for me.
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy,
virtuous.
Now, is he the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh, man, this is great.
Oh, God bless you,
Amen.
brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach us. This is what a Mason confesses, is that Lucifer is light.
Lots of towns, lots of songs, lots of women, good times, bad times. The only thing I want anybody to say is, he could really play. He was good.
You can help people. You can save souls. No. Yes, you have made it. How can the devil save souls? What are you talking about? Man, I got the devil in me. If I didn't have, I'd be a Christian.
I'm Christian-minded, but I'm not living it. Now I regret that I don't. I regret that I haven't, because I know I should have.
He was playing at some party or something, and it was like a whole different guy. You hear those stories about the bluesmen that go out to the crossroads and sell their soul to the devil and come back all of a sudden able to do stuff. Robert Johnson, Tommy Johnson, that whole mythology was one of those kind of deals almost. When he left Minneapolis, he was just average. You know, there was 5, 6 other guys doing the same thing. when he came back, he was doing Woody and he was doing Van Rock and he was finger picking. He was playing cross harp. And this is a matter of a couple of months. I mean, this is not like he was gone, a year or anything.
That's when I went to the Crossroads and made a big deal. Like, one night, and then went back to Minneapolis, and I was like, hey, where's this guy been? He went to the Crossroads.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
And this being, through his wife, kind of a channeling type operation, brought forth a book that was called the Book of the Law in 1904. And this book declared that the slain and risen God, i.e. Jesus, had stepped off the throne, and that a new God, the crowned and conquering child, was taking his place. In fact, he was a brilliant genius. He was an accomplished poet, mountaineer, painter, writer. He had so many Masonic degrees that you could fill up 5 pages of a book with them. This guy was probably the most highly honored Mason in the world. And he was also the most dangerous man in the 20th century.
The intro to Sgt. Pepper's says 20 years ago today, Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play. I was 20 years ago today that day that Crowley passed away. So 47 was when he died, and I guess the album came out in 67. So, Lennon himself was a known occultist. He would constantly go to occult bookstores in New York City, and had some of his writings, Imagine, and all these other songs and stuff reference a lot of occult subjects. So.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all the
I'm really kind of shy, not really shy, but more reserved.
and nothing like Sasha. But I guess I wouldn't be very entertaining on the stage. So Sasha comes out and she's fearless. You know, she can do things that I cannot do when I'm in rehearsal. I mean, I can try, but then it just doesn't happen. I can sing notes and sing strong and do all these things that when I'm just by myself, I can't do. And I remember right before I performed, I raised my hands up, and it was kind of the first time I felt something else come into me.
Roman is a crazy boy who lives in me. I think he was born out of rage. He was conceived in rage, so he bashes everyone. He threatens to beat people, and he's violent.
That must be nice to have like an ignorant loudmouth who you can just sort of blame every...
He wants to be blamed. I don't want to blame him. I ask him to leave, but he can't. He's here for a reason. People have brought him out. People conjured him up. Now he won't leave.
Do you think you're going to get to heaven?
No, I don't want to.
You don't want to?
No, hell's much better.
No stain. All we need is one vote, one true religion. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Right now, we're in downtown Toronto, Young and Davenport, and as you can see, I'm in front of a Masonic temple. But that's not all it is. Check this out.
The whole idea of celebrity and fame has become really convoluted and, kind of bastardized, like whereas fame used to be the byproduct of success, and now it's the ultimate goal. And if your ultimate goal is to be famous, then you're gonna do a lot to get there, like sign your name in blood in a contract with the devil. Like you're gonna end up on a one-way street and it's going nowhere. Like that's just the truth. I've seen so many people like forsake their moral code and their value systems just for a little bit of fame, and it's not worth it at the end of the day. It's really not worth it.
This is the Temple of Set. The temple is the only international satanic religious institution fully recognized by the United States government.
So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dog. So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like the
Now here, we have a picture of John Paul II hand in hand with the communist 33rd degree Mason, Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela is absolutely annihilating anything that even remotely looks like Christian in South Africa. This ethnic cleansing that you're hearing about is Christian cleansing throughout the world. Here he is shaking hands with the communist, Mikhail Gorbachev, who's also a Mason. Birds of a feather, folks, flock together. Now here he is, sitting on a car, at a synagogue, at a Jewish temple. These things have never been done before, have never been seen before. What is he doing? The Jews killed Christ. Can you read the Bible? So now you're going to go out and be buddy-buddy with B'nai B'rith? Now here he is, receiving the B'nai B'rith, March 22nd, 1984. And down below, here he is meeting with members of the Trilateral Commission. Steering committee, male members of the Council on Foreign Relations, a bunch of Marxist hoodlums made up of people like Zbigniew Brzezinski and David Rockefeller, and CEOs, Henry Kissinger, quite a little gang.
I mean, Memorandum 200. Why are you afraid to talk about your depopulation plan?
Why don't you get lost?
Why should I get lost? It's serious. Order, national the question. So look at this. Look at this. That's assault. You're not going to get involved with Russia or China. There will be no New World Order. Rockefeller, your New World Order will never come in.
Okay, this is a picture of Vladimir Lenin. This is the individual whose philosophy the United Nations supports. But let me tell you just a little bit about the United Nations. The fact of the matter is, when he stands at the United Nations and just stands there and has his picture taken, he is validating that organization. And the United Nations, my friends, is right out of the pit of hell. The people who are hanging out at the United Nations are just simply, in a nutshell, one word, they're Luciferian. The reason they're doing it, they are promoting the philosophy and the religion of the Antichrist.
You said about the Pope in the last segment, the so-called Pope. That kind of struck me as interesting since you are Father Jack Ashcroft. Do you not agree that this is the Pope?
No, I do not. He is what we would call an anti-Pope. As a response to the Second Vatican Council and the modernism that issued forth from that, the false teachings, false practices, there was a response by certain members of the clergy, including a Cardinal Ottaviani, to the changes that the Second Vatican Council was implementing, demonstrating how they undermined the faith, they undermined the foundation of the gospel of Christ, and they literally created a new religion. And by way of demonstrating that, it's interesting to note that the new Mass that is celebrated in most of what are called Catholic churches today is called the Novus Ordo Missae, the New Order Mass. Kind of interesting, that little bit of connection. Yes, it is actually called the Novus Ordo Missae. So, a growing number of clergy responded by saying, we do not accept these changes. We are not going in this direction. And as a matter of fact, the Pope who is agreeing to this has become a manifest heretic. And we cannot agree that he is the Pope any longer. And thus was born a movement called Sede Vacantism. Sede meaning the seat, vacante meaning vacant. In other words, the seat of the Bishop of Rome is empty. From John the 23rd, who was a Freemason, which automatically excommunicated him, down to Pope Francis, none of these men are Catholic, and none of these men can even claim to be Christians in any sense of the word. They are modernists, they are heretics, they are globalists, and so when I say the so-called Pope, it's because of that. And Catholics listening to this need to understand there is grave doubt. Using the Novus Ordo rites is even valid. Atheists going to heaven, even talking about homosexuality is acceptable, etc. I mean, these are all the logical ends of the Second Vatican Council.
I want to show you some extraordinary pictures which came to us from the Vatican on what was, of course, an extraordinary day. Within hours of Pope Benedict announcing that he was to resign, take a look at this. Lightning struck St. Peter's Basilica. You can see it again now in slow motion. Extraordinary. It happened just before 6 o'clock in the evening, local time.
And he said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven.
Would you say then, because of the direction that it's going and because of the occupancy of that position by somebody who is evidently not qualified to hold that position, that it's of a satanic influence? Because I would think if I was Satan, man, that would be a great coup d'etat right there to put somebody who's not qualified in that seat.
Even Paul VI, who was a heretic himself, he proclaimed the smoke of Satan has entered the church.
Wow.
Pretty serious proclamation.
So do we see this current Pope leading people in a satanic way? I mean, as an exorcist who's been doing this for a long time, do you see similarities between what the current Pope is doing and what you see in symbology or acting out in the demonic realm?
I will say this, that Francis is promoting the same agenda that the globalists are. Philosophy rooted in occultism. Therefore, I would say anyone who remains in the Novus Ordo Church, who continues to follow the hierarchy of the Novus Ordo, their souls are in danger because they are following the program of Satan at this point. He was ordained in the Novus Ordo rites, so the chances are he is not even a valid priest, which means he cannot be the Pope. Even if he were validly ordained, by virtue of his teachings and their extreme departure from traditional Christian doctrine and morals and ethics, he is no longer a Christian. He's become a false teacher. He's a heretic.
So what do you make of, then, his rapid popularity growth? He's rallying Catholics.
Well, yeah, look at the Catholics he's rallying, though, and look at the people who are lauding him. It's the progressive media who loves him. It's the gay lobby who loves him. You're not looking at Christians who are seeking to be faithful to the teachings of the gospel, faithful to the teachings of the church. What you're seeing are the radical elements of the church who are flocking to this man, and the radical elements in media and society who are supporting this man. So, of course, he's going to have a degree of popularity. These people are lauding him because he's promoting their agenda.
Should we be afraid of the power that he's starting to accumulate then?
Absolutely. He's a very real and very frightening player on the world scene.
Two children joined Pope Francis for his weekly prayer from the papal apartments. The pontiff used the service to call for peace and reconciliation in Ukraine, and to symbolize this, the children released two white doves into the air.
Right.
But as they took off, one was attacked by a passing seagull, while the other was repeatedly pecked by a crow. It's not known what happened to the doves after the incident.
He's an absentee landlord. Worship that? Never. I've nurtured every sensation man has been inspired to have. I cared about what he wanted, and I never judged him. Why? Because I never rejected him, in spite of all his imperfections. I'm a fan of man. I'm a humanist. Maybe the last humanist. Who in their right mind, Kevin, could possibly deny the 20th century was entirely mine? All of it, Kevin! All of it. Mine. I'm peaking. It's my time now.
Upon this battle depends the survival of Christian civilization.
that whole section of ancient Europe was ruled over by a priesthood called the Druids. And the Druids were ministers, the priests, the judges, the lawyers. They were the religious leaders. So there was a priesthood that dominated Europe. It still does. And America is a Druidic country. Unless you understand the Druidic system, then you're never going to figure out what's going on in America and England.
Very good to meet you. Welcome to England.
How cool is this though, really? Spectacular, isn't it? It's interesting, when I was flying over, it didn't seem that big, and so you kind of thought, oh, but when you actually are there, it's a special place.
name United Nations was coined by United States President Franklin D. Roosevelt and was used in the Declaration by United Nations of January 1942 during the Second World War, when representatives of 26 nations pledged their governments to continue fighting together against what they called the Axis powers. So it officially came into existence on the 24th of October 1945, when the charter was ratified by China, France, Soviet Union, United Kingdom, United States, and by a majority of the other signatories. And every 24th of October, they celebrate this founding of the United Nations. Alger Hiss, he became the acting Secretary General of the establishment of the United Nations. The April 16, 1945 issue of Time magazine called him one of the State Department's brighter young men. It was Hiss and Joseph E. Johnson, who later became secretary of the Bilderbergers, so here we have all the secret societies again, who wrote much of the United Nations Charter. So very high Freemasons, Bilderbergers, were responsible for this charter. Patterning it after the Constitution of Russia and the Communist Manifesto. So the Constitution of the USSR is almost identical to the Constitution of the United Nations, for those who did not know that. Winston Churchill, the creation of an authoritative world order is the ultimate aim towards which we must strive, and the United Nations formed part of that. Charles de Gaulle, who was also instrumental, nations must unite in a world government or perish. So the big figures involved had this philosophy. Then there is a man, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Trygve Lie. The first official UN Secretary General was a high-ranking member of Norway's Social Democratic Party, which was, by the way, an offshoot of the Third Communist International. And then came a man, Dag Hammarskjöld. And he was the second Secretary General. He was a Swedish socialist. He openly pushed communist policy. He was the Secretary General of the United Nations from 10 April 1953 to 1961. Then he met his death in a plane crash. Now, what did he do in the United Nations? Well, one of the first things he did was to produce or create a prayer room. And there it is on the left-hand side. A stone in the middle of the room was placed to tell us we may see it as an altar, empty, not because there is no God, not because it is an altar to an unknown God, but because it is dedicated to the God whom man worships under many names and many forms. The meditation room is shaped as a pyramid, a trapezoid. The meditation room faces north-northeast. To enter the room, one must proceed from darkness into light. Indeed, the middle order of the Satanic Brotherhood is called the Order of the Trapezoid. And Anton LaVey, who is the founder of the Church of Satan, refers to an occult principle known as the law of the trapezoid. So we seem to have a very occult room here. And then came U Thant, the third Secretary General, and he was a Marxist. So here you can see how the philosophy in the beginning was programmed. The New Age agenda was to merge God and nature. That's what Teilhard de Chardin, the father of the philosophy of the UN, said. We must become pantheistic, eradicate male-female distinction, world peace, nuclear disarmament, one world government, one world religion. The organizations leading up to this, the United Nations, of course, Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, Bilderbergers, Gorbachev Foundation, and the Club of Rome. And they've already put up a constitution which is known as the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. The former director of the World Health Organization, Dr. Brock Chisholm, of course that's also a United Nations organization, says, to achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, loyalty to family traditions, national patriotism, and religion's dogmas. Your individualism must go, you must become a number. This is Marxism. The state is supreme and you are nothing but the catechumen, a goyim, or nothing. UNESCO, it's a sub-organization of the United Nations. Julian Huxley is the former director of UNESCO. He was Humanist of the Year. He's a theistic philosopher, member of the Communistic Colonial Bureau of British Fabian Society, and signer of the Humanist Manifesto too. Niebuhr is UNESCO's co-founder, and he signed CIECOS. What is CIECOS? These are the founders. It is the position of CIECOS that contraceptive services should be available to all, including minors, who should enjoy the same rights of free and independent access to contraceptive care as do others. It is the position of CIECOS that the use of explicit sexual material, sometimes referred to as pornography, can serve a variety of important needs in the lives of countless individuals. Under Huxley's guidance, they prepared a guide for teachers. Now, I would like the parents to take a note. What is the United Nations Guidebook for Teachers? In the classroom with children under 13 years of age, before the child enters school, his mind has already been profoundly marked, often injuriously by earlier influences, first gained, however dimly, in the home. So UNESCO's aim is to change the mindset of your children, to turn it against any values that the parents might instill in the mind of that child. On page 8, the teacher is told, the kindergarten or infant school has a significant part to play in the child's education.
Now we have sex ed in kindergarten. This week, hundreds of outraged parents showed up at a school board meeting in Helena, Montana, carrying signs upset about the school district's plans for a new sex ed curriculum. Again, starting with kids as young as 5, teaching them about body parts, proper terms. Here's a few of them: penis, vagina, nipples, testicles. For a 5-year-old, and you move on to 1st grade, taught about same-sex love. 5th grade, options for sex, including anal penetration. That's a 10-year-old.
Guess when kids go to school in England? Age 3.
And on the phone, a parent in the district, Brian Ackerman, has 3 young daughters. What, a 1st grader, 3rd grader? You're going to have a kindergartner next year. Brian, your reaction to think that your little girls might be taught this, especially your youngest, who's going to be a kindergartner soon?
You know, right now my reaction, Mike, is I guess it's the lack of somebody that stepped up and said the age appropriateness of this has been established by X, and X's qualifications are. More so right now, it seems that the material has been introduced and the people that brought the curriculum together as a group decided, well, at this point it's age appropriate, and we really haven't seen where that age appropriateness comes from. You know, what's the impetus? What's the driving factor? Who decides this? When did they decide it? And how did they decide it?
Right. Well, let's ask Dr. Bruce Messinger. Bruce, seems to be a big question here. Who's deciding age appropriateness? Did you have parents involved as you were putting together this curriculum?
Our process was that as a part of the revamping of the curriculum is that we looked at what we had in place presently, looked at our practices within the district, and we also looked at national guidelines, national health standards, looked at the guidelines for sexual education, which were developed by a diverse set of organizations, and also looked at the American Academy of Pediatrics advice they would give on what would be age or developmentally appropriate to be introduced to children at different stages from elementary through middle school and high school. So we took guidance from that, as well as committee members that were pretty representative. Some included parents, yes.
Okay, Brian, there was the answer for you. A lot of different sources. Is that good enough for you, or not specific enough?
Right now, it's not specific enough.
Okay.
I would like to see someone at some point step up and say, this is the group that established it.
What about these world religions? Now, this is the crux of the matter. Now, this is a very interesting man, Robert Mueller. He's the former Assistant Secretary General to the United Nations. He wrote, "We must move as quickly as possible to a one-world government, a one-world religion, under a one-world leader." Robert Mueller writes, "The underlying philosophy upon which the Robert Mueller School is based will be found in the teachings set forth in the books of Alice A. Bailey." So the philosophy is based on Luciferian channeled writings preparing for the coming of Lucifer. No human force will ever be able to destroy the United Nations. For the United Nations is not a mere building or a mere idea. It is not a man-made creation. This is Robert Miller speaking, former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations. If it wasn't man-made, then who made it? At his choice hour, the absolute supreme will ring his own victory bell here on earth through the loving and serving heart of the United Nations.
Celebration of the International Year of Light 2015. And here is a very symbolic symbol of this light in the form of a snake going around her arm. And they refer to that as a hug from our oldest friend, because that is a direct reference to Lucifer giving intellect to Eve in the Garden of Eden. And they're calling him an old friend. And there's some iconography of Lucifer, the snake, deceiving Eve and giving her the knowledge of good and evil.
We turn our attention back to the unraveling situation in Haiti. Last Friday, at approximately 3 in the morning, 400 Brazilian-led United Nations occupation troops in armored vehicles laid siege once again to the impoverished community of Cité Soleil, including when UN troops shot a 6 months pregnant woman in the abdomen, killing her unborn child, and families were shot in their beds when helicopter gunships fired into their homes.
We understand that more than 350 troops went into the seaside shanty town at 4 a.m. in the morning. They went in shooting, firing heavy caliber. We heard that M50s were being fired from helicopter gunships down at the community. Total mayhem. Young children, pregnant women being killed, gunned down by the United Nations.
What the UN has said that there were no non-combatants who were killed during that raid, that they only fired, returned fire after being fired upon, which you see are unarmed civilians who are victims of headshots. Headshots, of course, are meant to kill. The unarmed civilians that we see bleeding to death in this footage are clearly unarmed.
So remember, with the way in which these massacres are similar to 2005, is that when the United Nations goes into this community, they don't bring medical units. Why? Because they are not going in to injure people. The United Nations is going in to kill people, and as you said, this is collective punishment. It is retribution for their holding out and resisting what they call and what they consider a United Nations military occupation of their country.
Here's the way they look at it. Adam and Eve were held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust, cruel, and vindictive God until Lucifer, through his agent Satan, set man free from this garden by giving him the gift of intellect. Through the use of intellect, man will conquer the earth, will conquer nature, and will himself become God. It's taught in every Masonic temple in this land, every secret brotherhood, every secret society, every mystical temple, every occult organization teaches the Luciferian philosophy.
Basically what I did was
got on my knees and sort of communicated with the spirits. And when I came out, I was in charge.
Powerful scene.
Powerful scene. I couldn't have acted that.
While it's called the Pandora box, it's because everybody there's like a masquerade. They have masks on, they have androgynous there, they have she's, they have women dressed like men. I mean, you name it, it's there.
Yeah, bear with. Some of these videos on Odyssey, they do this buffering thing, but so far it's been all right, huh?
All the top Hollywood actors, models, singers, hip hoppers, you name it, is there. My God, I can't believe that. I can't be a part of that. Oh, what you mean you can't be a part of it? If you want your check, you want this Hollywood life, sign right here. All the doors are opening. He ain't ready for what they're going to hit him with. You are not to speak about this. Come on up in here. No, man, I ain't down for that. Well, do you think we're going to keep paying you $5 million a year? Do you really think we're going to keep putting your name in lights? Either you do or we're going to break you. What you mean you're going to break me? We're going to take all your money out your account. Oh, man, I got my rights. You ain't got no rights. We decide who's going to be a star, who ain't going to be a star. We do all of those things. Ain't nobody no star. We decide who's going to be a star, who's going to be president. That's who we are. Now you know. Now you open. Now you see. Now you see that ain't about no American Idol. It's deeper than American Idol. Nobody in Hollywood gets a pass.
After winning an Oscar, any actor should expect to get offers for the best parts in the best movies. But that's not the case with Monique, who won Best Supporting Actress in 2010 for her role in Precious. She says the movie's director, Lee Daniels, told her that she's been blackballed because she's difficult and didn't play the Hollywood game.
There were demands that were made from her on the Precious campaign that everyone knows about that hurt her. And I told her that.
Can she change that?
I mean, if she plays ball, you got to play ball. This is not just show. It's show business, and you've got to play ball.
They start out the most popular person in the world, make a lot of money, big house, cars, and everything. End up with penniless. It is conspiracy. The Jews do it on purpose.
Hollywood is run by Jews. It's owned by Jews.
In Inglourious Bastards, Christoph Waltz played a Nazi obsessed with finding Jews. Well, Christoph? The Motherlode!
Yeah, better side of Hollywood? There is no better side of Hollywood. You have to be Jewish to be in Hollywood.
You mean as a producer?
At any level, yeah. Any level.
How many people do you know personally who have died suddenly and mysteriously in the past 5 years? I have personally known 8 actors, all of whom I have worked with and was close to. Heath Ledger, Chris Penn, David Carradine among them.
What is the number one book that JCs study on the day in and day out? Alex LaCrawley. Every hip hop, every actor and actress and model, every director, beat maker, that's somebody in the industry, they all have that book. It's like their Bible.
Astrology. You ever think about astrology?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Does it have an effect on you?
I read my horoscope just this morning. Big things ahead for me in the next couple of days.
Right.
And you've said before, Morgan, that you're a man of God. When you did this, and so many of these questions were posed.
When did I say I was a man of God?
You're not?
No. No.
You're a man of faith.
Faith.
In the mystery schools, they refer to this mystical time of coming out of the age of innocence. This is what they teach in the lodges, that if you perfect yourself as the temple of the God within, you too can become God.
And suddenly I was thrown into this expansive, amazing feeling of freedom from myself, from my problems. I saw that I was bigger than what I do. I was bigger than my body. I was everything and everyone. I was no longer a fragment of the universe. I was the universe.
Just say, I am God.
David, I can't say that.
See how little you think of yourself? You can't even say the words.
I am God. I am God.
A little louder, please, with maybe a little more conviction.
I am God. I am. Look, if I'm God, what does that make you?
Well, we always see in others what we see in ourselves. I am God. I am God.
I am God.
We'd all love to be gods, wouldn't we? My question to Shirley MacLaine at one time was, please, Shirley, could you make me a universe? She sort of looked at me with this hurt look on her face as she confronted her mortality and realized that she was not God because she could not make me a universe. She couldn't even make herself a universe. She can't even make herself look young again.
I actually have friends in the entertainment business, and I'm personal friends with a bodyguard who I'm not going to mention in entertainment. And what happens, like for me, for instance, say that I wanted to move to Hollywood and start a career in Hollywood in entertainment. For you to get to the level of like a say like a Will Smith, that comes at a price. There's a major lifestyle change. All of a sudden, I could be a happily married man, but then by 10 years later, after I'm worth $50, $75 million, I'm involved in orgies with men.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised, Michael. Debauchery, and this is something I've found from an investigative point of view, satanic worship and homosexuality, like it or not, folks, they're intertwined.
I want to represent magic, right? That you're in a universe and 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 only equals 4 if you accept that 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 is going to be what I want it to be, and there's a redemptive power. Like there's a redemptive power.
This film's about cowboy meets cowboy. It's one of the most forward attempts yet by Hollywood to mainstream homosexuality. David Capellian, author of The Marketing of Evil.
It is very, very propagandistic because the entire purpose of the movie is to make homosexuality seem like something good and appealing, and to make people who are opposed to homosexuality seem to be bigots and homophobes.
The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress on and, what? A prostitute? No, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. You know, the pressure comes. Oh, gosh, it's so difficult. And then I started thinking about it. All the comics that I've seen, man, you know, strong brothers, why are they putting us in these dresses? But the minute it was clear, I was adamant. I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. That comes back 10 minutes later. The whole new scene. Hot damn, how did you write the scene so fast? You got to take a sting.
Oh my God. Have you ever ran into that with scripts and is that something that, you know, you wouldn't do, you know, for
I definitely haven't ran into to put on the dress. I mean, you know, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross. You know, for me, I know what they are.
The new pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee Pavashene Wallace.
You have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross. You know, for me, I know what they are.
I can't believe I can't be a part of that. Oh, what you mean you can't be a part of it? If you want your check, you want this Hollywood life, sign right here. Well, do you think we're going to keep paying you $5 million a year? Do you really think we're going to keep putting your name in lights? We decide who's going to be a star, who ain't going to be a star, who's going to be rich, who's going to be poor. We do all of those things.
I can tell you that the number one problem in Hollywood was and is and always will be pedophilia.
The casting couch even applies to children.
Oh yeah. Not in the same way. It's all done under the radar.
Nobody talks about pedophilia.
It's the big secret.
Either you do or we're going to break you. What you mean you're going to break me? We're going to take all your money out your account.
My wife Evie and I have been the victims of criminal activities perpetrated by a small network of individuals who are out to destroy us. This network of individuals is manipulating the banking system and the criminal justice system for the purposes of sabotaging our credit and our credibility. We are not criminals, nor are we fugitives from justice, nor are we crazy.
What's going on? Why is Dave Chappelle going to Africa? Why does Mariah Carey make a $100 million deal and take clothes off on TRL? A weak person cannot get to sit here and talk to you. Ain't no weak people talking to you. So what is happening in Hollywood? Nobody knows. The worst thing to call somebody is crazy, is dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy. That's bullshit. These people are not crazy. They're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
America and Israel share an unbreakable bond.
AIPAC is one of the reasons why.
All of us share a fundamental belief that the freedom and security of Israel are a vital interest of the United States of America.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it? We think the price is worth it.
How is it possible that Israel can continue to get away with flouting international law, even to the most obscene levels of using things like white phosphorus on civilian populations, chemical weapons on civilian populations? In order to understand how Israel can get away with these things, we have to understand what is power in this world. And if you want to understand power, then you need to know who controls the financial system, who controls the issuance of money. The bankers run the world quite famously. This is very well understood by those of us who understand the nature of power. And those who run the world have Israel as their favorite little plaything. They also happen to own, the bankers who run the financial system, they also happen to have bought off and paid for every prostitute who can be bought off in the governments of the world, in the mainstream media, and virtually every aspect of human society. So this is how Israel can get away with this. This is how Israel, at the IAEA meeting this last Friday, can get away with another pass and not have their nuclear plant inspected, to not have their nuclear arsenal inspected, to not have their chemical weapons arsenal inspected, because they enjoy the favor of the entire world, of the prostitutes who are bought and paid for by those who run the financial system. So until we change that financial system, Israel will continue to enjoy the benefits of being able to run roughshod over the world and get away with literally bloody murder. And it is this infected ideology of supremacism which has allowed the United States and its citizens effectively to sit by while we have committed one atrocity after another. If we go back to World War II, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the firebombing of Tokyo, Dresden, the firebombing of Dresden was particularly hideous. We can go on to the Korean War and Vietnam War. In the Vietnam War, we dropped more bombs than all of World War II combined. 20 million bomb craters created there. We killed probably 2 to 4 million Vietnamese or Asians, Cambodians and Laotians as well. We have committed one crime after another. We have supported dictators like Suharto, Pinochet. We've kidnapped many people around the world. We have a long list of crimes over and over again. And the only way that that was possible is because we subscribe to an ideology of supremacism. Israel is a nation state based with citizens who are infected with the supremacist ideology that makes them believe that they are, quote, chosen. And as chosen people, everyone else who is not chosen is effectively subhuman.
But I'll tell you one thing, unlike America, Israel seems to be able to fight wars very quickly. What is your secret? Because we don't seem to have the hang of that.
The secret is that we have America. We have America. America.
I know you need ratings, but just hold it. I have ratings. I'm not saying we should be friends over there with anybody. I'm saying we should be objective. We have developed serious enemies from a one-sided policy. And yes, I believe Israel, through their lobby, has manifested total power of the Congress of the United States. Total power. And my concern is that taxpayers and the citizens of the United States should control their government, not a foreign entity.
To suggest, as you're doing here tonight, that they control our Congress, that, quote, they are influencing and the sole control of influencing of our domestic policy is an absurdity. It sounds like you are a kook.
Sean, I'm not suggesting it. I'm telling it.
Sir, I disagree with you on Israel, but
in what way? You're not a supporter.
I just don't think it's worth an American life or an American dollar.
You don't think the existence of Israel in the world is worth an American life or an American dollar?
Not only Israel, sir, but Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or Bolivia. I'm much
You're
more...
really not telling me that Israel is on a par with Saudi Arabia.
What I'm telling you, sir, is I'm most interested in the survival of the United States.
But Israel is a democracy in a part of the world that has none.
so what, sir? It doesn't matter to Americans if anyone ever votes again.
It doesn't.
You know, we'll get by. We'll get by just fine, sir.
So you're saying, like back in 1973, when Israel's very existence was threatened in the Yom Kippur War, and we did come to their aid, we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't do it again.
What I'm saying, sir, is we should have revisited the situation after 1973 and not be the unqualified sole supporter of Israel at the moment. I think it earns America tremendous pain and increasingly dead Americans fighting wars that are not ours to fight.
But
A deepening antagonism seems to be developing worldwide.
Today I want to talk about a war that the mainstream media is ignoring. There's a worldwide war on Christianity.
I am concerned about this report about Syrian rebels and the ceasefire with ISIS. Senator Paul,
That's not true.
Well,
it's not true. It's
you want me
not
to read
true.
from
Whether I don't care about the report. I know these people intimately. We talk to them all the time.
We watch horrific images of Christians being beheaded, slaughtered, their throats slit, absolutely mowed down, shot in the back of the head.
I know these people intimately. We talk to them all the time.
It is beyond naive to suggest the U.S. doesn't have its fingerprints all over ISIS. In fact, tell me this, why has ISIS never once, or al-Nusra Front, or al-Qaeda, not once have they attacked Israel?
It's my privilege and my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce Masha and Nadia from Pussy Riot.
The driving force behind the destruction of our Christmas traditions has been Jewish organizations and extremist Jewish activists. In fact, after they banned our Christian Christmas symbols from our schools and community property, they have inserted Jewish celebrations and symbols in its place. Nativity scenes are now banned, but right across from the White House, on public land, each year is erected the world's largest Jewish menorah.
Where we are no longer a Christian nation. We are no longer a Christian nation.
Britain today in practice is increasingly anti-Christian.
Many believe the architect of Britain's new anti-Christian culture was former Prime Minister Tony Blair, who championed gay rights. By some estimates, it only took about 10 years to almost completely undermine Britain's Christian heritage. Barring a sudden move of God, it's likely to take far longer to restore it.
They did it. I have had long conversations over the past 2 weeks with contacts at the Army War College, at Headquarters Marine Corps, and I made it absolutely clear in both cases that it is 100% certain that 9/11 was a Mossad operation. And what I showed them immediately afterwards, the third building at the World Trade Center going down, WTC-7. And they look at that, and I said, now you understand that if one of the buildings was wired for demolition, all of them were wired for demolition. And what Americans need to understand, they did it. They did it. And if they do understand that, Israel will flat-ass disappear from this earth. 9/11 has led directly to 60,000 Americans dead and wounded. God knows how many hundreds of thousands of people in other countries that we've killed or wounded or made homeless. If Americans ever know that Israel did this, they're going to scrub them off the earth, and they're not going to give a rat's ass what the cost is. They are not going to care. They will do it. The Zionists are playing this as truly an all-or-nothing exercise, because if they lose this one, if the American people ever realize what's happened, they're done. It'll be a bloody, brutal war, and they're gone. I mean, it's not even going to be a close contest. 3 buildings went down. The third was not hit by a plane. It was wired for controlled demolition. Therefore, all of them were wired for controlled demolition. You know, what I have done when I presented it to these people, and I said, just look at this. Look at this picture. You know, I'm not going to give you an argument. Just look at it. And they look at the film, and without exception, they come back and they say, they did it, didn't they? I said, yep, they did. They did 9/11.
When the first communist revolution in Russia failed and the Jews had to scramble out of Russia, they all went to Germany, and Germany gave them refuge, and they were treated very nicely. And here, they sold Germany down the river for no reason at all, other than they wanted Palestine as a so-called Jewish commonwealth. All the great leaders, the big names that you read about in connection with Zionism today, they wrote in all their papers, and the press was filled with their statements, that the feeling against the Jews in Germany is due to the fact that they realized that this great defeat was brought about by our intercession and bringing the United States into the war against them. Not a hair on the head of any Jew was harmed. Not a single hair. Hugo Schoenfeld, a Jew who Cordell Hull sent to Europe in 1933 to investigate the so-called camps of political prisoners. And he wrote back that he found them in very fine condition. They were in excellent shape. Everybody treated well. and they were filled with communists. Well, a lot of them were Jews, because the Jews happened to be maybe 98% of the communists in Europe at that time. And there were some priests there, and Masons and others who had international affiliation. The Jews tried to keep the lid on this fact. They didn't want the world to really understand that they had sold out Germany and that the Germans resented that. So they did take appropriate action against them. They discriminated against them wherever they could. They shunned them. The Jews of the world didn't know what to do. So they called a meeting in Amsterdam. Jews from every country in the world attended in July 1933. And they said to Germany, you fire Hitler and you put every Jew back into his former position, whether he was a communist, no matter what he was. You can't treat us that way. And we, the Jews of the world, are calling upon you and serving this ultimatum upon you. In 1933, when Germany refused to surrender to the World Conference of Jews in Amsterdam, they broke up, and Mr. Untermeyer came back to the United States, who was the head of the American delegation and the president of the whole conference, and he went from the steamer to ABC and made a radio broadcast throughout the United States in which he said, the Jews of the world now declare a holy war against Germany. We are now engaged in a sacred conflict against the Germans, and we are going to starve them into surrender. We are going to use a worldwide boycott against them that will destroy them because they are dependent upon their export business. Naturally, the Germans said, why, who are these people to declare a boycott against us and throw all our people out of work and our industries come to a standstill? Who are they to do that to us? And they naturally resented it. Certainly they painted swastikas on stores owned by Jews. Why should a German go in and give their money to a storekeeper who is part of a boycott, who is going to starve Germany into surrender to the Jews of the world? After this thing got out of hand, it was absolutely necessary for the Jews and Germany to lock horns in a war to see which one was going to survive. In the meanwhile, I had lived in Germany, and I knew that the Germans had decided Europe is going to be Christian or communist. There is no in-between. It's going to be Christian or it's going to be communist. And the Germans decided, we're going to keep it Christian if possible. And they started to rearm. And their intention was, by that time, the United States had recognized the Soviet Union, which they did in November 1933. The Soviet Union was becoming very powerful, and Germany realized, well, our turn is going to come soon unless we are strong.
And Hashem wrote in the Torah like this, הן גויים כמר מדלי, וכשחק מאזניים נחשבו. Translation, the difference between a Jew to a goy, to a non-Jew, and we are talking now even the most righteous goy, not an idol worshipper, a great Gentile person, great personality, loving Jew, respecting God, everything fine with him. But this is a Jew compared to him, according to the book of God. The Jew is like the water that you bring from the lake in the bucket. And the Gentile is the few drops that stick to the side of the bucket when you put it down. This is the comparison of God between the Jew to a non-Jew. And again, I'm not making it up. I'm giving you the source. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 15. Go and check. In any language you want, it's the same meaning. And the second comparison is, וכשחק מאזניים נחשבו. When you go to the market to buy vegetables, in many countries, in Israel it's still like this until this moment, you tell him, give me 1 kilo of cucumbers, which is about 10 pieces. So what does he have? He has a mechanical scale, not electronic. Some places they already have electronic, but he has this old-fashioned mechanical scale, and he has a weight that is 1,000 grams. It's 1 kilo, 2.2 pounds. He put it on one side, and then he begins to put cucumbers on the other side. Once the scale is balanced, he put it in a bag, he pay him, and that's the end of it. Hashem say, you know what's the difference between you, the Jew, to a non-Jew? You are the weight for me, and he is the 1 gram that fall over the ears to the side, which means if you take the weight that's supposed to be 1,000 grams and you put it in a precise electronic scale, very, very, precise scale, it's never going to be 1,000 grams. 999, 997. Over the years, the corners are rubbing off. It's 1 gram after 1 year, another gram after 2 years. After a few years, it may be 990 grams. But no customer care about this 1 or 2 grams. So what is it, another little piece of the cucumber? Nobody cares. It's 1,000 grams, 1,000 grams, 997, fine. Let me go, don't waste my time. This is what Hashem said. You are the weight for me. He is the little piece who fell on the floor that nobody cares. And you want to be him?
I mean, you've made this reference several times that somehow the Jewish people are to blame for many of the things that are occurring in America. Or do I have that not correctly?
Yes, they are. I think we have to hold Jews responsible for what they've done. So, for example, the war in Iraq, they're responsible for it. Gay marriage is a Jewish project. Pornography has always been a Jewish project. All I'm saying is we have to hold this group responsible for the evil that they have done. Now,
but why have they done it?
Because they're Jews, and its origin is at the foot of the cross. When Jesus Christ arrived on this earth, he came to God's chosen people, the Jews. And the Jews at this point had to decide whether they were going to accept him as the Messiah or reject him. The Jews who accepted Jesus Christ as the Messiah are the true children of Abraham, and they are Christianity. The Jews who rejected him are now known as Jews. In rejecting him, they chose Barabbas. Now, this is a decision that had immense consequences for all of human history ever after that. Because in rejecting Jesus Christ, you are rejecting Logos. Mm-hmm. This is the way St. John, who spoke Greek, refers to Jesus Christ. Jesus is the Logos. This is the order of the universe that was created by God as a mirror of the order of God's mind. And here the Logos is now incarnate in Jesus Christ. And these Jews, this group of Jews, rejects him and chooses a revolutionary in his stead, Barabbas. Well, what happened is that the Jewish people have chosen revolution and rejection of Logos ever since. And they've been a source of turmoil and disruption up to this present day.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the Prime Minister of Israel, His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu.
yours is a voice of criticism we don't often hear in the United States. Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people. And that justify everything we do to the Palestinians.
Bilderberg was founded by Nazis with the CIA and British intelligence at the end of World War II with a plan to take over the world.
The story landed Herman and Roma Rosenblatt on Oprah twice and in newspapers all over the world. But the story wasn't true.
How can you say it wasn't a lie? It wasn't true, and you know it's not true.
Yes, it's not true. But in my imagination, it was true.
So they said, for every person that's going to take their lives, they're going to torture to death 5 of us. So, of course, everybody ignored the barbed wire from then on in. Then they punished us. For every man that ran through the wire, they took 100 inmates.
I had a uncle who was one of the, who was part of the first American troops to go into Auschwitz and liberate the concentration camps. And the story in our family is that when he came home, he just went up into the attic, and he didn't leave the house for 6 months.
First, Obama didn't have an uncle who served in the U.S. Army. Second, Russian forces liberated the Auschwitz concentration camp in Poland in January of 1945.
The Jews, I call them Jews to you because they're known as Jews. I don't call them Jews. I refer to them as so-called Jews because I know what they are, and I can prove that. The Eastern European Jews, who form 92% of the world's population of those people who call themselves Jews, were originally Khazars. They were a warlike tribe that lived deep in the heart of Asia. And they were so warlike that even the Asiatics drove them out of Asia into Eastern Europe. And to reduce this so you don't get too confused about the history of Eastern Europe, they set up this big Khazar kingdom, 800,000 square miles. Only there was no Russia, there were no other countries, and the Khazar kingdom was the biggest country in all Europe. So big and so powerful that when the other monarchs wanted to go to war, the Khazars would loan them 40,000 soldiers. That's how big and powerful they were. Now, they were phallic worshippers. It was their religion, the way it was the religion of many other pagans or barbarians elsewhere in the world. Now the king became so disgusted with the degeneracy of his kingdom that he decided to adopt a so-called monotheistic faith, either Christianity, Islam, the Muslim faith, or what is known today as Judaism, really Talmudism. So, like spinning a top, he said, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and he picked out so-called Judaism. And he opened up synagogues and schools in his kingdom of 800,000 square miles, and maybe 10 to 20 million people, and they became what we call Jews. There wasn't one of them that ever had an ancestor that ever put a toe in the Holy Land, not alone in Old Testament history, but back to time, the beginning of time. Not one of them. That is the foundation of all the misery that has befallen the world.
The whole thing, the whole Greater Israel plan, it operates on two essential things. It's to survive, Israel must become the imperial regional power, and it must affect the division of the entire area around it into smaller states. They stir up sectarian hatred, they divide the whole place into smaller states, and then all these smaller states are fighting each other, and so that kind of legitimizes Israel's existence, because it appears to be the only stable force in the area when it's the one who's gone and destabilized the whole thing. And what Chris said about the two stripes on the flag, this is exactly right, the Nile and the Euphrates. This is the plan for Greater Israel. And it includes Syria, it includes Jordan, it includes the top of Saudi Arabia, half of Iraq, parts of Lebanon. This has been the plan for the whole time, and this is why they've gone in there and done things the way they have. It's all part of the Greater Israel Project. And even there was another document that was called Israel's Sacred Terrorism. It was written by a man called Livia Rakash. And it's based on the memoirs of Moshe Sharett, former Prime Minister of Israel. And it basically outlines the 1978 invasion of Lebanon to a T. It's exactly what they did, and it's kind of a smaller, condensed version of this Yinon plan. And the Yinon plan was also outlined by, way back as far as Theodore Herzl. I mean, this has been going on for a long time.
This scenario is borne out by none other than Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, one of the great founders of Israel. Recorded in an astonishing article in Look magazine, Ben-Gurion predicted that a one-world system presided over by Jerusalem will be set up in the near future. All continents will become united in a world alliance, at whose disposal will be an international police force. All armies will be abolished, and there will be no more war. In Jerusalem, the United Nations, a truly United Nations, will build a shrine of the prophets to serve the federated union of all continents. This will be the seat of the Supreme Court of mankind, to settle all controversies among the federated continents, as prophesied by Isaiah.
What we're dealing with here, like when you look at the whole Khazar Empire, that's who these people are. They're Khazars, and they've basically hijacked everything. They've infiltrated into Christianity, they've infiltrated into Judaism, they've probably even infiltrated into Islam. Infiltrated into everything. This is why you've got Christian Zionists, you've got Jewish Zionists, you've got this whole sort of mottled empire that's sort of all over the world. It's infiltrated everywhere. And they're using basically what's outlined, the supremacist ideology that's outlined in the Jewish faith. They're using this to construct their New World Order. And these people believe they're the chosen people. These Khazars are more zealous about following these ideologies than the actual Jews are, but none of them actually believe in God. They're creating this whole tense situation everywhere to break everything up, to collapse everything, collapse all the economies, collapse Europe, collapse Russia, collapse everything, and create this empire of chaos with this one bastion of control in the middle, which will be Greater Israel. That's the plan. But it's run by the Khazars. And I would suggest that even the British royal family are probably related to these Khazars in some way. I mean, it all seems to go back to this empire. All the research that I've done over the years, going back through Hebrew lines and going back looking at what happened in Egypt and so many things, this Khazar history is the most hidden history and the most repressed history anywhere. It's all about merging all of the races on the planet together This is why we've got such an infiltration of foreign races into Europe at the moment, which is all being run by Jewish advisors to all of these countries. And it's weird. You say to stuff, oh, you're blaming the Jews for everything, you're anti-Semitic. Well, hang on, I'm just looking at the situation, and you look and you go, well, these people, they just happen to all be Jews. Is this a coincidence? And then you look at the Greater Israel Plan, and you look at the whole doctrine of the Jews as God's chosen and the Goyim, and you say, well, here it all is. And Sisi, he's serving British and Israeli interests like to a T. He's doing just as bad, even more damage to Gaza than Israel, because these are Arab brothers. These should be supporting these people. And he's closed all the borders off, like you say, he's bulldozed all those homes. He's even thinking of digging a moat, as I was saying before, so they can't possibly dig any tunnels because they'd have the weight of water above them. There's no way they'll be able to do any smugglers' tunnels. Like I said, they're turning Gaza into a super maximum prison. It's being done right in front of the rest of the world. So Sisi is absolutely serving their interests. But I mean, Bashar Assad, I don't think he was installed. I think he was kind of a reluctant leader. He came to power and didn't really want to have the position that he's got. And his country has been devastated because he wouldn't bow to the Zionist control system. I mean, this whole ISIS thing, ISIS is sprung out of nowhere exactly when Israel needed it. It's paved the way for Western intervention to go and carpet bomb the whole Arab world. So, who's controlling this? They're saying they're Muslim extremists. They're not Muslim extremists at all. They're killing Muslim people. They're killing women and children, all of these things that are banned by the Quran. They say if you do this, then you go to hell for all eternity. So obviously they're not religious extremists. They're just extremists. I would suggest that ISIS probably stands for Israeli Secret Intelligence Services. It's just a new boogeyman because bin Laden had run out of steam, Al-Qaeda had run out of steam. But ultimately, it's all a product of the West anyway. These are the same people that they had in Libya, the same people in Syria.
Follow the leads, put the troops in, and play this. Look, ISIS got started through funding from our friends and allies.
So with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province. So with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province.
If you look at the anti-white proposition, there can be no all-white countries anywhere, and there can be no all-white areas in the formerly all-white countries. This is the anti-white proposition. It doesn't matter if you go to France, it doesn't matter if you go to Germany, it doesn't matter if you go to America. You know, you've got all of these countries trying to make themselves non-white, and this is happening, of course, in every white country, all white countries. No one's exempt from this stuff. And of course, it just doesn't happen that way. It doesn't accidentally occur. Psychological warfare means war. It means there's planning. It doesn't happen by accident. You can't have something like that without a plan. There has to be an agenda. You're not going to accidentally try to make China non-Chinese.
This idea of multiculturalism we see espoused today so frequently from every facet of society, it's not new. People would like to believe that it's new, and those that don't seek to support it are old-fashioned. No, this ideology goes back thousands of years. It goes back to our history for a long, long time. And what it leads to is what you see in Babylon. No white people, a society gone. And we will end up the same way if we don't stop it. It's as simple as that. You know, history can serve as a lesson for us, and this isn't new, and we're doing exactly what's been done before.
Even if you expose them to authentic information, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. He will refuse to believe it. The psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
אנחנו הצלחנו לבלום את הכניסה של המסתננים מאפריקה לישראל, אחרי שהיינו באיום של כניסה של מאות אלפים. החודש לא נכנס מסתנן אחד לערי ישראל, כבר כמה חודשים שאנחנו משיגים את התוצאה הזאת. בחודש הקרוב אנחנו נשלים את בניית הגדר לאורך גבול סיני, ועכשיו אנחנו עוברים לשלב השני, וזה השלב של החזרה.
So, do you feel that you are British?
I identify myself as Muslim. If I was born in a stable, you know, I'm not going to be a horse. I mean, this is just an island I was born in.
Rumeysa and Chowdhury both live in East London, which is home to one of the largest Muslim populations in the UK. In one part of town, Rumeysa and his associates have set up so-called Sharia patrols to go out and discourage behavior that they deem un-Islamic. But the patrols are not always so friendly. Online clips give a very different picture. A woman in a short skirt is abused.
Mary, it's Great Britain.
This we don't care. It's not so Great Britain. Get the prostitutes off our streets!
Walking through London with Rumeysa, you experience an alternate reality where there is no compromise and all conversations are one-sided.
Ultimately, I want to see every single woman in this country covered from head to toe. I want to see the hand of the thief cut. I want to see adulterers stoned to death. I want to see Sharia law in Europe, and I want to see it in America as well. I believe our patrols are a means to an end.
If we can't get them out, we'll feed them out.
In 1970, a United Nations resolution condemned Rhodesia and urged the world to supply moral and material assistance to Rhodesia's enemies operating out of Zambia to the north. When these Marxists suffered because they had cut themselves off from food, electricity, and jobs that they got from Rhodesia, the United States government sent aid to make up the difference. In 1976, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger actually went to Zambia to promise such aid. The resulting new government in nation after nation submits to the socialistic one-world system that is being built. And now, South Africa. President Reagan, on September 9th of 1985, sent the following official message to the Congress of the United States. I hereby report to the Congress that I have exercised my statutory authority to declare that the policies and actions of the government of South Africa constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the foreign policy and economy of the United States, and to declare a national emergency to deal with that threat. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Well, of course, that led to the Anti-Apartheid Act of 1986. It called for the unbanning of terrorist organizations such as the African National Congress and the release of what they called political prisoners with the name Nelson Mandela mentioned by name.
A memorial for all South Africa's white farmers who've been killed since apartheid ended in 1994. 3,338 murders in 16 years. That is one white farmer killed every 36 hours.
There are powerful forces in South Africa working in league with the one-worlders and internationalists who are subverting independence wherever it exists and helping communists wherever they operate.
The turning of black people into revolutionaries by outside groups took place during the entire course of the 20th century, beginning with the founding of the NAACP. We had what has come to be known as the Black Jewish Alliance. This group of people used the situation in the South to radicalize black people, to turn them into the revolutionary avant-garde that was intended to overthrow the government of the United States. Culmination of this was the civil rights movement. The government got involved and began funding violent groups. Sergeant Shriver, head of one of the government offices of the War on Poverty, gave $1 million to a gang in Chicago known as the Blackstone Rangers. What you have is the rise of this revolutionary spirit among the black groups spread out throughout the black community.
1967, Harold Cruz, a professor of black studies at University of Michigan, writes a book called The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, in which he recounts his experience as a communist in Harlem. And he says, basically, the Jews used this. So for 70 years, the Jews were trying to turn the blacks in this country into revolutionaries. Then they succeeded finally with groups like the Black Panthers, which was a total Jewish creation. Ask David Horowitz about that. He was the guy who was the fundraiser for them, the famous neoconservative Israel lobby guy now. They succeeded in creating these black revolutionaries, and then the establishment says, well, we've had enough, and they go in and kill them. And that was the end of the Black Panthers. Now, that was 1969. 69 is the year of the Stonewall riots. So guess who the new revolutionary avant-garde is? Also supported by the Jews. The homosexual movement is the successor to the civil rights movement. Of course, there was a little interim called the feminist movement, but that was a black operation too, simply to double the workforce and drive down wages. So now you have the homosexual as the avant-garde, also run by the Jews. We have Vice President Joe Biden to thank for that. He gave a speech to a number of Jewish organizations in which he thanked them for being behind gay marriage. It was embarrassing to the Jews, but Joe Biden said it, so therefore it's not anti-Semitic to say that the Jews are behind gay marriage, because Joe Biden said it, and he should know. He's Vice President of the United States.
You could be forgiven for mistaking this toddler for a little girl, but 2-year-old Max Price is actually a boy. Max's parents are raising him gender neutral, meaning they dress him in both boys' and girls' clothes.
He might be just playing dress up, it might be something he might still do in years to come, but at the end of the day, we're just following the way he wants to be.
At home in Walsall, West Midlands, Max plays with cars and dolls, and he is encouraged to wear trousers and dresses.
We listen to him very carefully.
Parents Lisa, 23, and Martin, 34, hope that Max will grow up having a better understanding of women.
Sitzen sich immer dahin. Sind immer allein und so.
Und die anderen, wie gehen die mit denen um?
So, die schreien auf die, wir treten die, die laufen rum, wenn sie die sehen, geben die einfach schnell so aus Spaß.
Die sind viel Gruppe. Und wehren die sich, die Deutschen?
Nein, wir haben Angst.
So, und wir vermehren uns immer mehr. Ihr Deutschen kriegt ja keine Kinder. Ihr kriegt höchstens, wenn es hochkommt, 2 Kinder. Wir machen 7, 8, Alhamdulillah. Okay, Kollege? Und dann nehmen wir uns auch nochmal 4 Frauen, dann haben wir 22 Kinder. So macht Allah Azza wa Jal, der allmächtige Gott, macht das so, dass wir euch erobern, nicht mit Krieg hier in Deutschland, sondern mit Geburtenraten, erstens. Und zweitens, wir heiraten eure Töchter. Ja? Und deine Tochter wird Kopftuch tragen. Und deine Tochter wird einen Bärtigen heiraten.
Boza. Cheers. Take me a picture blind, every. Cheers.
Final destination, ordinary German men and women stood here and applauding them. Extraordinary. People handing them water. Welcome to Germany. How do you feel?
CBN News went to Oslo. We went to investigate reports that nation's experiment with Muslim immigration and multiculturalism had gone terribly wrong, that Muslim radicalism was growing, along with violence and intimidation against non-Muslims. Some on Norway's left call the fear of Islamization a conspiracy theory. But the victims of Islam are real, and they are mostly Norway's women. Something else that Muslim immigration appears to have brought to Norway is what some here call a rape epidemic. Recent police statistics showed that in the capital of Oslo, 100% of assault rapes between strangers were committed by immigrant non-Western males, and 9 out of 10 of their victims were native Norwegian women. Some blonde Norwegian women have reportedly begun dyeing their hair black, and many travel only in groups.
White women of childbearing age are only 2% of the world's population.
Yet we are encouraged to breed outside of our race,
or forfeit having children altogether.
White women are attacked just for walking down the street.
1 in 4 Swedish women will be raped in her lifetime, and she's not being raped by other Swedes.
Basically, the US is providing these flows for us. You make war and we get the refugees.
The United Nations report says Sweden will be a third world nation in about 15 years, below Libya and Bulgaria.
We are taught by Jewish feminists that motherhood is oppressive and that we need to leave the house to go work in a cubicle, a strip club, or wait tables for mindless consumers and serve anyone but our own family.
This is freedom from oppression?
People are essentially asking the question, if the political establishment continues to get its way, in 5, in 10, in 20 years' time, how many Germans are going to be left in Germany? How many French people are going to be left in France? How many English people are going to be left in England?
If test scores in Swedish schools are plummeting, or if crime in some areas has skyrocketed.
I hope all of them, and everyone else across Britain, will reflect on the universal values that Ramadan represents and the contribution that British Muslims make to our country.
1,400 children over a period of 16 years. Children being raped, trafficked, beaten, and sometimes doused in petrol. All the perpetrators were of Pakistani heritage.
Ramadan Mubarak to you all.
London has got so ethnically diverse that white Britons are now a minority here.
White families in Birmingham are set to become a minority group for the first time.
The country's most rapidly growing demographic is Muslim,
with Mohammed now the most popular name for baby boys in London.
Victory in Europe. VE Day.
We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing.
You used to be a Trotskyist for a while.
I certainly was. Yeah.
You were in the International Socialists, which, for people who don't know, is the forerunner of the Socialist Workers' Party. And this was more than a flirtation. You were a true believer for a while.
Oh, very much so, yeah. I thought that Marxism and Leninism had pretty much the answer to the problems of the world, yeah.
How do you look back at that now, given...
Well, it was a reasonable mistake to have made. Unlike people who've been vaccinated against a disease, I've actually had the disease, and therefore I'm totally immune from it in a way that a mere vaccination couldn't possibly provide.
People, again, you call yourself a moral and social conservative, and unapologetically so, but you're not a Tory. In fact, you're very hostile to the modern Tories.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it calls itself the Conservative Party. If it called itself the Socialist Workers' Party, I wouldn't have anything against it. Got much more in common with the SWP than it has with Conservatives.
Do you think the...
In fact, I often hear David Cameron and George Osborne coming out with things which I used to say when I was a trot. In fact, I often hear David Cameron and George Osborne coming out with things which I used to say when I was a trot.
All the big companies have already had great success just gaming the system and taking away sovereignty by way of NAFTA. NAFTA is very weak where it comes to for a foreign entity's right to come in and change the sovereign law. But already we've seen the oil companies force people in Canada that said, you know, we don't want you drilling in our backyard. They've been forced, they've been sued, and the legislation that prevents that drilling has been thrown to the side. Same way with fracking. Same way with pricing of pharmaceuticals. This is a complete takeover of what we hold so dearly, and that's the right for us to be able to govern ourselves, Tom.
Comey and the FBI, Deputy Director Brandon, the ATF. We're going to hire more folks to process applications faster, and we're going to bring an outdated background check system into the 21st century.
Every sheriff in these states told Obama, you come into our state and into our county, we will declare war on you. You send federal agents to disarm our constituents in our county, we will arrest you. I am one of the most avid anti-communists in the United States of America, because I understand the enemy. Not only who they are, but what they are, what they have done, and what they're planning to do. Now, a lot of you may not like me, but you see, I don't care. I love America. I love the Republic. And I know that Jewish communism is the internal enemy of we, the United States of America, and we, the people. Because the people smell a rat, and it's a two-legged rat, and it's a Jew communist rat inside of America. Before you can really understand sometime what is really going on around you, you've got to go back into history, the time, the place, the pictures, and the events thereof, to understand what's really going around you now. The Ukraine had a record harvest. They had so much food, they didn't know what to do with it. But they couldn't have any, because the Jews wouldn't let them eat it, and they starved 9 to 10 million Ukrainians to death when they had food all around them, and if the Ukrainians tried to eat any, they were either clubbed to death, bayoneted, or shot to death. And Stalin took the food and the other leaders, and they sold it on the world market to make money. If you wore a cross, you died. If you were caught with the Bible, you were put to death. And then they even tried to force the white Christian Russians to speak Yiddish for 2 years, trying to make it that language of white Russia. The Germans knew all about this secret Holocaust, and they didn't want it to happen to them. And what happened in white Russia, the white Russians were partial Prussian German. And that was their ancestors that these Jews did it to. This was the greatest Holocaust that you can imagine, second only to the Holocaust in the United States of 50 million aborted babies. And they are planning the same identical overthrow and genocide in the United States as they did against the white Christian Russians in 1917. But they just haven't got the guns yet. Lock and load. Suck it up. We have an enemy in the land. And they will not take this nation, so help me God.
Well, some of you are aware of this famous book, Tragedy and Hope, written by Georgetown professor Carroll Quigley way back in 1966. Carroll Quigley wrote this 1,300-page book, and he told us in his book that he was aware of a secret society whose purpose was to rule the world, and that its agents in the United States were the Council on Foreign Relations. And toward the end of his book, Carroll Quigley said this: the two parties should be almost identical, so that the American people can throw the rascals out at any election without leading to any profound or extensive shifts in policy. Now, I'm sure many of you in this audience realize that you can change from Democrat to Republican and back to Democrat, back to Republican, and there's no change. Right? So what Quigley wanted to see happen has happened. And the ones who were able to do that to the Republican Party were the neoconservatives. So what is a neoconservative? Well, here's a man who has happily accepted the title of godfather of neoconservatism, Irving Kristol. He accepted the New Deal of Franklin Roosevelt, and that's socialism. Massive government creation of government departments, bureaus, agencies, and it deepened the depression in the 1930s, the New Deal. But this man was in favor of that. How and why did neoconservatism get started? They said with the nomination of George McGovern signified that the Democratic Party was not hospitable to any degree of neoconservatism in 1972. Only a few of us drew the obvious conclusion that we would have to try to find a home in the Republican Party. But with every passing year, our numbers grew. I regard myself lucky to have been a young Trotskyite, and I have not one single bitter memory. Trotskyite, right? Who's Trotsky? Well, when Lenin seized control of Russia in 1917, he had a partner. His name was Trotsky. And Trotsky is just as much a criminal as Lenin ever was. Lenin died in 1924, and then Trotsky and Stalin were teammates. So Trotsky and Lenin worked together, then Trotsky and Stalin, and they had a fallout. He was exiled by Stalin in 1927. And he ended up in Mexico, where he was slain by one of Stalin's agents with an axe through his head. Okay, so the neoconservative movement is socialism, internationalism, and Trotskyism. This was formed after the election in 1992 when George H.W. Bush, the older Bush, was beaten. And his top assistants, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, had already decided, after having engineered the first attack on Saddam Hussein, they wanted to do it again. But they weren't able to do that because Papa Bush lost the election to Bill Clinton. Okay, so the project of the New American Century was formed during the Clinton administration by these people. So, the path to war. So out of office in 93, they formed the PNAC. They petitioned Clinton and Gingrich, who was then Speaker of the House, to invade Iraq. Well, Clinton got himself tied up with some personal matters.
I am looking forward to the opportunity in the next few days of testifying. I will do so completely and truthfully. I am anxious to do it, but I hope you can understand why in the interim, I can and should have no further comment on these matters. Thank you very much.
Are you standing by your public statement on Monica Lewinsky, Mr. President?
Wasn't able to do it. So George W. Bush became president in 2001. He selected neocons Cheney and Rumsfeld as his topmost assistants. They said that we must use U.S. power to meet global responsibilities, strengthen ties to allies, challenge regimes hostile to our values. They urged the invasion of Iraq before 9/11.
Holy shit, Martin. That's the other building. That's terrorist. Other building? That's terrorist, bro.
Rahm Emanuel said, "A crisis is a terrible thing to waste." He obtained authorization to invade Afghanistan and Iraq from the United Nations. He started forcing U.S. values on other peoples and other nations.
Either you're with us, either you love freedom and with nations which embrace freedom, or you're with the enemy. There's no in between. No in between. There's no in between.
Prominent neoconservatives who hold membership in the Council on Foreign Relations. Dick Cheney, Paul Wolfowitz, Charles Krauthammer, Elliott Abrams, Newt Gingrich, Condoleezza Rice, Henry Kissinger, Robert Kagan, Rupert Murdoch, John McCain, John Bolton. World government. All neoconservatives want world government. They may have minor disagreements among themselves, but they all favor continued U.S. subservience to the United Nations.
Tonight, I want to talk to you about neoconservatism and their rise to power and virtual takeover of U.S. foreign policy.
Most Jews were communists in the 1930s. Most Jews lived in New York City at that time. Most of the Jews at that point went to City College in New York. And we have the famous story of Alcove A at the lunchroom there, which was the Stalinists, and Irving Kristol was part of Alcove B and the Trotskyites. And so our story begins pretty much in the 1970s. We had Watergate, and then following Watergate, which was a coup d'etat that got rid of Richard Nixon. And during this period of time, we also had the end of the fall of Vietnam. And so we had a widespread sense of disillusionment in the country, and a widespread sense that somehow America's foreign policy had gotten out of control, specifically because of the CIA. And so Jimmy Carter decided to capitalize on this and make it the issue of his presidential campaign. And it succeeded. He got elected, was elected in 1976. And in 1977, he decided that he's going to clean house, perpetrates what came to be known as the Halloween Massacre, the Carter administration's attempt to bring the CIA under control. The result of this was anywhere between 800 and 2,000 rogue CIA agents, also known as cowboys, were basically fired. George H.W. Bush is one of the cowboys, and he's out of power. And so what he tries to do is basically regroup his forces, get those people together now, and work for the overthrow of Jimmy Carter. Part of this vendetta against the remaining CIA was a plan to undermine all of the CIA's intelligence reports. The history of post-World War II America, also known as the Cold War, is the history of peace threatening to break out and people rushing to make sure that doesn't happen. The cowboys have lost their jobs. They need to regenerate the CIA. They need to put it back on the cutting edge. And so they need a threat. And the CIA at this point, the people who are left, who are doing the real intelligence reports, are simply saying, no, there's no threat. George Bush arranged at this point was he wanted another opinion. And the name of the group that was to give him the other opinion was called Team B. And Team B were the neoconservatives under the direction of Richard Pipes, the Harvard professor. And they came up with a statement that was a preposterous exaggeration of the Soviet military threat at the time, because the Cold War was starting to sputter out under Jimmy Carter. Trotskyites got their foothold in the government by becoming part of Team B. This was their beachhead in power in Washington. This was their beachhead. Well, let's say late 78, the demonstrations in Tehran are getting more and more insistent, and they're getting bloodier by the moment. The Ayatollah Khomeini absolutely hates Jimmy Carter. And so the Bush wants to be president, and he's going to use his CIA cowboys to get him elected president. But, it's not in the cards. And so as 79 turns into 80, it looks as if Ronald Reagan's going to be the guy. David Rockefeller is the one who, through Kissinger, who was the Rockefeller asset, persuaded Carter to let the Shah into the country. The Shah needs a place to live. He's dying of cancer. Jimmy Carter allows him to come to the United States. At that point, the Iranian students storm the embassy in Tehran, take over the embassy, and hold 150 some Americans hostage. This is in November of 1979. So the Ayatollah is collaborating with the CIA here at this point to drive Jimmy Carter from office, which happens. The CIA delivered, I think it's $24 million. The Ayatollah's government took the money from Bush and they prolonged it for the money, and because they hated Jimmy Carter. What they were thinking, they were crazy, because, it's like jumping from the frying pan into the fire. You think Jimmy Carter's bad, wait till George Bush and Ronald Reagan take over the White House. And then there's that great moment when Ronald Reagan gives his inaugural address, and he says, "Free those hostages," and within 15 minutes they were free. As if he had some time. What power this man had. How did he do that from all the way over there? The Americans promise we'll never interfere in your internal affairs again. Well, that wasn't even worth the paper it was written on, because within 1 year they had goaded Saddam Hussein into attacking Iran. There's a picture on the web of Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands with Saddam Hussein. The Americans are going to send the poison gas, which they will then use as a pretext for invading Iraq in 2003. This is total hypocrisy. And then, of course, they lured him into Kuwait, and then that was the excuse to this big coalition to attack and remove Saddam Hussein. But the important thing, from our perspective, was the rogue CIA is back in power. Irving Kristol and the neoconservatives remained Trotskyites from beginning to end. The Soviet Union was the vehicle of the Jewish revolutionary spirit, but by the 1970s, beginning in the 1970s, the United States took over that role. It was the cutting edge of the Jewish revolutionary spirit in the world, where it stands pretty much today.
Feeling is this regarding the story about Nazism and Hitler and the Third Reich, that until we can actually face the truth about it all, we can never seriously correct the problems of the current day, nor can we ever fight Zionism and the New World Order and all of its manifestations until we recognize the truth about World War II. That the origins of the New World Order are found in the Talmud, and often vile occult work that is the basis of Jewish religious thinking today, just as when it first emerged during the Jewish quote-unquote captivity in Babylon. When I first became aware in my early years of the nature of the American political process, I mistakenly believed it was a matter of Democrat versus Republican. However, it took many years for me to realize that the real battle is actually between good and evil. And ultimately, I came to realize that those who are in command of the money power on our planet today, those who are pushing for a new world order, represent that evil.
The damage inflicted was horrendous.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America?
How many Americans have heard of the Great Hunger? Where between 1958 and 1962 in China, the regime that we had brought to power there when we toppled the regime of Chiang Kai-shek and brought the communists to power in 1949, that between 1958 and 1962, the communist government starved to death between 41 and 43 million people. You cannot understand anything going on today unless you understand there is a continuing revolution. Just last year, we completed another revolution as we bucked the communist regime that has taken over in Nepal. Nation after nation after nation is prepared for the ultimate goal, that age-old plan of a new world order. Well, Professor Leo Strauss at the University of Chicago taught his pupils all about Plato. And Plato is pivotal to an understanding of everything going on today. Plato's Republic really talked about this idea of creating an ideal or utopian society ruled by a so-called just man. And they were going to have this utopian society, and this was, of course, going to solve all the problems of humanity. And Professor Leo Strauss told his students, Plato had two messages. He had one message for the common students. He had another message for the elite students who were told the secret and are introduced to the mysteries. And the mysteries have existed since the beginning of recorded time and continue being promoted throughout the world today. Now, to understand the mysteries, you have to know a little bit about that time. Pythagoras had lived between 585 and 495 BC. He was the first in the great Greek philosophers. And he traveled to the East and studied the mystery religions, returned to Greece, and set up a school where the mystery religions were taught. Now, most of you may have heard of the Pythagorean dictum. You probably learned it when you took geometry. And that is the fact that a square plus b squared is equal to c squared. The sum of the square root of the two sides of a right-angled triangle is equivalent to the square root of the hypotenuse of the right-angled triangle. This is seminal to an understanding of geometry. Where did he get this idea? Have you ever wondered how the Great Pyramids were built? Have you ever wondered the marvels of the world, the Colossus of Rhodes? Have you ever seen depictions of what this was, the Temple of Zeus? The magnificent architecture that existed long before man had the capacity to build these things using normal human intelligence? Where did the knowledge come from? Well, about 2 generations after Pythagoras established his school for teaching the mysteries in Greece, along comes Socrates. Socrates' student was Plato, who lived from 428 to 347 BC. And Plato then, of course, had a student, Aristotle. And Aristotle had a student named Alexander the Great. And Alexander the Great set out to conquer the world, to fulfill this idea of creating this perfect utopian society. With a very, very small force of Macedonians, some people say as few as 35,000, took on the greatest armies in the world. He challenged Darius, who was the emperor of Persia, with hundreds of thousands of men, conquered Darius, and it allows, of course, Alexander to move into the Near East and the Middle East, into Afghanistan. Did you ever wonder how he did it? Was there an X factor that most people have never heard of? It's very, very rare that you will find people ever mentioning the secret of the mysteries. However, we came across a book. It was written probably in the 1st century AD. It was written by Plutarch. The book is called Plutarch, The Age of Alexander. I have a copy. You can still get it. It's in print. On page 259, they talk about Alexander and the mysteries. And let me read you what he said. It seems clear that Alexander was instructed by his teacher not only in the principles of ethics and politics, but also in those secrets and more esoteric studies, which philosophers do not impart to the general run of students, but only by word of mouth to a select circle of the initiated. The mysteries tell the secret and tell how you can tap into the hidden power. But this was not to be known by the common people. If you go to Strasbourg today, you will find a replica of the incomplete Tower of Babylon. It is where the European Union meets on a weekly basis. Why did they create a replica of the incomplete Tower of Babylon? Because that's what the European Union is all about. It is about the reconstitution of Nimrod's ancient plan and of basically creating a one world government under a ruling elite. The plan is much larger than the European Union, because there's to be an American Union, Mexico, United States, Canada, a South American Union, an African Union, an Asian Union, a union of the Arab states. And when all of these countries have given up their national sovereignty into trade blocs, then to unite them into a one world government with a one world currency, a one world ruler, and a one world religion. After the destruction of Nimrod's empire, people began moving other places, and you see the evidence of the tremendous knowledge that they had acquired in the Temple of Giza. It's perfectly aligned north, south, east, and west. How were they able to align that at that time? How were they actually able to move those gigantic stones into place and the perfect symmetry of that? 5,000 years ago? If you go to South America, you'll find the pyramids there, all aligned in the same order. The Mayan and Inca pyramids. Where did the knowledge come from? And what was this really all about? Well, in about 600 BC, when the Jews were living in Babylon, why the rabbis then were introduced to the mystery religions. And it was at that point that the Kabbalah was created. About the first century after the birth of Christ, there was a Christian heresy. It was known as Gnosticism. It was really a Christian type of the Kabbalah. And then, of course, you find all throughout history this continuity of the mystery religions and of the secret. Certainly, this is what motivated the Knights Templar. And of course, the Knights Templar then persisted in the Holy Land until the defeat of the Crusades, and then they moved to Europe, where they became the most powerful force in Europe, all during the 1200s. And they persisted as the major force, the first international bankers in Europe. In the 1400s came the Rosicrucians, and they were simply another organization that had tapped into the secret knowledge. There are literally thousands of books that are written by people who are devotees of the New Age, indirectly back to Madame Blavatsky, who founded the Theosophical Society in 1835. And you begin to understand that these people worship a different God.
Hail, fellowship's eternal flame!
Yale University is 300 years old this year, and were you to visit its campus, you would see that it's where Yale's secret societies meet.
Senators, John Kerry and John Chafee, to name two, and three presidents, William Taft, George Bush, and George W. Bush. The tape is a valuable artifact, an extremely rare view into the secret society that groomed the American ruling class for generations.
The Kabbalah, and of the Knights Templar, and of the Rosicrucians, and of the Illuminati, and of the upper echelons of Masonry, of which most Masons have no idea. But the fact is that there is another God, and that's Satan.
A Soviet scientist, Shafarevich, who has nothing to do with religion, he's a computer scientist, did a very intensive research on the history of socialist countries. He calls socialist or communist any country with a centralized economy and a pyramidal style of power structure. And he discovered that civilizations like Mohenjo-Daro in the River Indus area, like Egypt, like Maya, Incas, like Babylonian culture, collapsed and disappeared from the surface of Earth. The moment they lost religion, they disintegrated. All the sophisticated technology and computers will not prevent society from disintegrating and eventually dying out. Have you ever met a person who would sacrifice his life, freedom, for the truth like that? This is truth. I never met a person who said, this is truth and I'm ready to defend the truth. Right? But millions sacrifice their life, freedom, comfort, everything for things like God, like Jesus Christ. It's an honor. Some martyrs in the Soviet concentration camp died. And they died in peace. Unlike those who shouted, long live Stalin. Something which is not material moves society and helps it to survive. And the other way around, the moment we turn into 2 by 2 is 4 and make it a guiding principle of our life, our existence, we die. Even though this is true, and this we cannot prove. We only can feel and have faith in it. So the answer to ideological subversion, strangely enough, is very simple. You simply have to have faith. In other words, don't try to be a person who in judo is trying to smash your enemy and being caught by your hand. Don't strike like that. Strike with the power of spirit and moral superiority. If you don't have that power, it's high time to develop it. And that's the only answer. That's it.
Thank you.
Capitalism is state-sponsored usury. Karl Marx came from an ancient line of rabbis and imbibed the Jewish revolutionary spirit and gave it a new form known as communism. And he understood the other side of the coin very well, because he said the Jewish God is money, or mammon, as we say in the Bible. So what you see here are basically two parallel tracks. How can I symbolize this? Jacob Schiff, one of the richest Jews in New York City, and Trotsky, one of the most famous Jewish revolutionaries, collaborate. Schiff gives Trotsky money. Trotsky rents a ship and got all these revolutionaries. They sail to Russia. Why are they going to attack Russia? Well, because it's the only Christian country left in Europe. From a Marxian perspective, if you're going to say that the revolution is based on class conflict, this makes no sense whatsoever. But it does make sense from an ethnic point of view, because they're both Jews. What do they have in common? They have this sense of hatred toward Christian culture. So what you find after a while is that both capitalism and communism are both working to destroy Christian culture. Lloyd Blankfein, to give you a recent example, chairman of Goldman Sachs, which is a Jewish firm, and he supports gay marriage. So once again, you have this Jewish rich supporting the revolution, destroying the social order. But we don't want to just destroy the social order. What they want to do is create a new social order, a Jewish social order in which the Jews are in control. And the main way the Jew stays in control is through usury. It's not capitalism versus communism. It's labor versus usury. The people engaging in exchange of goods and services in the nation, all of those people taken together make up the economy. We have two choices in this world: base the economy on labor or to base it on usury. And so the ancient world, to begin with, was based on slavery. Aristotle could not conceive of a philosopher without slave doing all the manual labor that would allow him the leisure to philosophize. So slavery was one aspect of the Roman Empire. The other aspect is usury. And these two things go hand in hand because usury creates slavery. And the magic formula that does this is known as compound interest. If you're on the right side of compound interest, in other words, if you're a creditor, the money just pours into your pocket and you don't have to do anything. If you're on the wrong side of compound interest, which is to say if you're a debtor, well, then you can do whatever you want and you're going to fall behind, because nothing in this world can keep up with the inexorable nature of compound interest. So you put this together in an empire like the Roman Empire, which basically acquired wealth from plunder, bringing the gold back to Rome. That gold ended up into the hands of wealthy people who would then lend it out at interest. The overwhelming majority started to fall into debt slavery. And so as a result, when the Roman Empire collapsed, because of all the things that's plaguing this country, because of debt, of foreign wars, of enslavement, of the concentration of wealth, and so on and so forth, the new system that took its place was Christianity. Because of the collapse of civilization, the new system was implemented by Benedictine monks, who created monasteries, which were basically self-sufficient little farms, whatever you want to call them, where the monks would have land. They took a vow of stability and they were bound to the land by their vow. And so they would work the land. So given this fact, now we have a whole new world. And the whole new world begins in Europe. It's kind of rocky beginnings because Europe is being plundered by the warring barbaric Germanic tribes would come down. They crossed the Danube. They crossed the Rhine. They took over the Roman Empire and they set up their kingdom. It would have remained that way forever, except for the fact that the Benedictines taught them how to engage in agriculture. So you're talking about the Christianization of these barbaric Germanic tribes. Over a certain period of time, wealth started to arise in Europe. And at the beginning, when you had economic exchange, money was little pieces of gold or silver. And so what you had to do was carry bags of gold to a place where the buyers and sellers came together. Well, this is always a bad idea because someone can rob you along the way, and that's it. The Italians in Italy started, instead of sending gold back and forth, I'll just make an entry here and you make an entry there. And so this was the beginning of double entry bookkeeping. And so it was tending toward paper in that regard. So at this point, you have the beginning of the money economy out of prosperity in Europe. And at this point, because we have a money economy, people need money. The problem is that up until this point, you've got an economy for the average guy, the serf, that is based not on money, but on labor. In other words, you owe the Lord 3 days a week. And if you do that, then your obligation is fulfilled. Well, at this point, the Lord doesn't want 3 days a week. He wants money because he's got to buy things. And so how do you get the money? Where's the money going to come from? Well, you got to borrow it. Well, it's immoral to lend money. So who's going to do it? Well, the Jews are going to do it. The Jew would lend you money. And it was a pawn shop, basically. So if you're a farmer, you hock your plow, he gives you money to pay your taxes, and he charges you 43 1/3% interest. Unfortunately, if you're a farmer and your plow's in the pawn shop, you're in trouble. You can't earn any money. And so there's immediate problems. In other words, we're talking about usury causing immediate social unrest that would more often than not, throughout this period of time, lead to the expulsion of the Jews from any country. So the standard Jewish explanation is anti-Semitism. It's an awful thing. Every country they go, there's anti-Semitism. Well, it turns out that the real reason is Jewish behavior. As always, the reason people don't like Jews is because the way Jews behave. And in this instance, it's lending money, which caused huge amounts of animosity. The people rioted, and the first thing they did was head toward the Jew's house to burn the records about how much money he owed. And the king, realizing it's going to be insurrection, just expels the Jews, reneges on his loans, and that's the story over and over and over again throughout Europe. During this period of time, the Catholic Church starts protesting. Franciscans start preaching against usury. For a century, they're preaching against usury. At the end of the 14th century, the beginning of the money era, the serfs were being cheated out of their labor. They were being ground. They needed money. And so there was rebellions in England. In Florence, it was called the Ciompi Rebellion. Always the infallible sign that you're not being paid a decent wage, whether it's Florence in the end of the 14th century, whether it's the United States in the 1970s. What happened in America is the same thing that happened then. Wages stopped going up in the 1970s, and as soon as wages stop going up, guess what arrives on the scene? Credit cards. And so credit cards take up the slack of wages, and they give the people the illusion that they still have money. When you don't, you're being cheated out of your wages, and the credit card is the proof that you're being cheated out of your wages. Anytime you're dealing with usury, any present solution is always paving the way for a disaster on the horizon because of compound interest. You can never keep up. No one can keep up with it. And there's a revolution that takes place, the Ciompi Rebellion. This is a moment. It's one of those moments in history where things could have gone right because a new dictator, Savonarola, famous Dominican, has a true sense of what Christian culture is all about. And what it's all about is charity. And the antithesis of charity in this instance is sodomy and usury, are the infallible sign that your culture is terminally corrupt because they're both unnatural. The sodomite takes what is fertile, namely sex, and makes it sterile through homosexual activity. And the usurer takes what is sterile, namely money, and makes it fertile through usury. So they're both bad. And so Savonarola brings about a reform, a huge reform of behavior. Problem is, the Pope is probably the most corrupt Pope in the history of the Church, Alexander VI. Savonarola calls for the King of France to depose the Pope. Bad idea. because the Pope is not going to put up with this. And they arrest Savonarola and they put him to death. And at this point, the moment of reform dies. Just to give you some indication of the power of usury as opposed to any power on the face of this earth, when the Habsburgs started borrowing money from the Fuggers, who were these papal bankers, they started in 1494, around then. The Fuggers never charged them more than 5%. During the course of the next 70 years, the Habsburgs basically became the owners of every single gold and silver mine in the New World. And a river of gold and silver started flowing into Spain, and 70 years later, they went bankrupt because not even all the gold in America can keep up with compound interest. Because eventually, all you're doing is paying off your loans. You let it go long enough, you think, oh, I'll just do the minimum payment. Well, that just starts to snowball. The criterion of a just wage is not how far down you can drive it. It's not a commodity like any other commodity that's a function of supply and demand. It is a function of the family. And so the criterion of a just wage is whether you can, a man by himself can support a wife and children on his salary. That is the objective criterion. If that's not it, your society is not just. Well, guess what happened during this period of time? Just as we're talking about the 70s, what was the big craze in the 70s other than disco? It was called feminism. And what is the main tenet of feminism other than making a sacrament out of abortion? It is equal pay for equal work, which is code word for destroy the family. These slave drivers love rootless individuals.
They've replaced English common law, Magna Carta 1215, with Jewish Talmud law. And the Christians have got no rights to property or justice. And this is what we're up against here in the UK. This is the norm. I'm just after winning a case for a client now that are going to be robbed of the property again. I see the judge that he was operating a court without a jury, which is high treason. Where are the English businesses in the high streets? None. And you've got Tesco's, you've got Morrison's, they've all got car parks and double yellow lines outside the English family businesses, and all closed down. And they've taken them over now with the Tesco's inside in every little town and village. Tesco's is in there, taking up all the money. They want a war situation all of the time. And then they can come in and rob you. And this is what they're doing. The history of the Jews in Ireland goes back over 1,000 years. So who was the IRA?
Exactly.
Who was the IRA? Another false flag. They want a war situation all the time so that they can oppress the people.
Because we're animals. We're classed the same as animals.
We're classed the same as cattle, and they're milking us. They're milking us dry.
Turn off your pornography. Don't talk about this. Talk about the fact that as a student, you're involved in crushing debt, and it's not right. Talk about the fact that you're underwater. You bought this house, and now you're underwater, and you got to pay $250,000 for a $50,000 house because you took out a $100,000 mortgage. Let's talk about reality now and stop talking about the bread and circuses here, all of which are there, whether it's sex, whether it's pornography, or whether it's football, to distract us from the real issues.
The Trump's up debt of £6,080 they didn't owe, which is multiplied to £76,000 in an industry created from taking people's property off them for very small amounts of money, setting every trap in the book, playing you out of your rights, being led astray by council officials to play you out of your rights. A little chance of justice has been preempted by another comparison case to block that, to block every chance of you overturning a debt. My only sin is I had an argument with the council. How dare I argue with the council? How dare you? This is a gun at your head. Hey, yo, don't come and argue, otherwise we'll take your house off you.
The peace they promise is never-ending war.
Don't die like a beast. If you're dead set to be sunk in the mid-Atlantic or Pacific or scorched in the desert, at least know why it is done to you. To die not knowing why is to die like an animal. To die like a human being, you have at least got to know why it is done to you. So to understand the concept of what is commonly referred to as the New World Order, the idea of a one world or global government, we must acknowledge these critical factors. And while there are those who do recognize that the Rothschild banking family are key players in the drive for a New World Order, there is still much misinformation and deliberate disinformation surrounding this dynasty, whose tentacles now reach into the highest levels of the American system. The New World Order is real, and this is what it's all about. That the consolidation of Rothschild power over the British Empire laid the foundation for the framework of the New World Order. That the United States today, as a result of Rothschild influence within, is now the virtual engine of Rothschild power. That the United States constitutes the new Babylon in the Jewish worldview, the force to be utilized for achieving the New World Order. There are still forces, even at high levels, resisting the Jewish utopia. However, there are many non-Jewish powers that have come to accept the Jewish influence as a reality that must be dealt with. These elements have thus surrendered and allow their own desire for power to dictate their cooperation with the New World Order, hoping, we presume, to be granted a few crumbs when the Jewish utopia comes into being. They're fooling themselves, for they fail to understand the philosophical intentions of the New World Order so clearly outlined in Jewish teaching. In truth, the age-old Jewish dream of a New World Order set forth in the Talmud was, in a definitive sense, the driving force behind the rise of the Rothschild Empire. S.J. Cohen, who wrote an early admiring biography of Meyer Rothschild, the founder of the Rothschild dynasty, he says, Meyer Rothschild was a zealous believer in the Talmud and chose it alone as the guiding principle of all his actions. That Jewish state known as Israel, we're taught that, the Jews are just looking for a nice little homeland where they can thrive among themselves. No, it's much more than that. The city of London, I call it the jewel of Rothschild's imperial crown. Not even part of the city of London as we think of the city of London as the capital of England or as a geographic entity. The city of London is the financial foundation for this global imperium, this Jewish utopia.
After the Great Fire of London in 1666, Sir Christopher Wren was chosen to redesign St. Paul's Cathedral. He oriented St. Paul's in line with the axis of Temple Church. Extending beyond St. Paul's, we see the alignment continues to the Bank of England. The bank was chartered in 1694 during the construction of Wren's Cathedral. More than just a local branch, the Bank of England is the central bank of the whole of the United Kingdom and is the model on which most countries' modern central banks are based. The Bank of England is literally the mother of all banks. Temple Bar was a gate designed by Sir Christopher Wren to ceremonially bar access to the City of London. Wren's Gate is no longer there, It is a little-known legal fact that the monarch may not enter the City of London without the permission of the Lord Mayor of London. He's the guy who runs the City of London Corporation, a tiny private jurisdiction that covers only about 1 square mile.
John McCain, American disciple of the Rothschild Empire. John McCain didn't get elected president, folks, but he went begging at the Rothschild court in London for their support, along with his good friend Joe Lieberman, recognizing that that's where the real power lies, folks. These kings of kings, the secret influence behind the thrones, who years and years ago, back in the 1800s, people were already saying that the Rothschilds would be the rulers of a world in the hands of the Jews, the Rothschilds and the families working with them. The 30 most powerful Jewish families. The Bronfman gang, the royal family of American Jewry. The Bronfman. These are the people who are complaining that they're suppressed and oppressed, and that people are campaigning to destroy them, and yet they are the ones who control the media. They're the ones who control academia. They're the ones who dominate many industries.
Behind me is the temple of Apollo on the Rothschild estate. They talk about Lucifer being God, and the initiates of the higher order of the Masonic religion following the Luciferian doctrine. These people here, they support the socialist agenda, but are they socialists? No. See, communism is not a creation of the masses to overthrow the banking establishment. It's a creation of the banking establishment to overthrow and enslave the masses. The leadership of communism isn't really run from Moscow, Beijing, Hanoi, or Havana. It's always been run from London, New York, and Washington, D.C. It's not a movement of the poor, it's a movement of the rich. The people think they're getting something for nothing. They're going to take from the rich and give to the poor. These sheep are like so many of you who don't recognize that you're being sheared, that don't recognize what is before your very eyes. But the people, the sheeple here, just going along with the surrender of the national sovereignty, going along with the enslavement, going on with those things which are intolerable. When you accept the intolerable, you wake up in the morning and a nation is slave.
Murdoch's papers that chair-led the war in Iraq, that cheerleads all UK foreign policy when it is in lockstep with Washington. It chair-led the bailouts after the financial crash of 2008. But it's not just his newspapers that exert a disproportionate influence on life in Britain. Books and films in Britain are de facto vetted by Murdoch because News Corp is involved in HarperCollins and 20th Century Fox. And his Sky News operation will never want to upset the interests of Murdoch as long as he is in control of the network.
If Gaddafi had an intent to try to reprice his oil or whatever else the country was selling in the global markets and accept something else as a currency, or maybe launch a gold dinar currency, any move such as that would certainly not be welcomed by the power elite today who are responsible for controlling the world's central banks. So yes, that would certainly be something that would cause his immediate dismissal and the need for other reasons to be brought forth for removing him from power.
Muammar Gaddafi ran his government in the interest of the Libyan people. In Libya, you got a free education and you got free health care. The largest cause of bankruptcy in the United States is medical bills. People go to the emergency room and have to pay for their emergency operation with a credit card. You had all of these benefits in Libya going to the Libyan people. Now the country will be put under the advocates of the international banking system, and they will end up loaded down with usurious debt for education, for jobs that don't exist and they can't pay for.
Muammar Gaddafi has a choice. The resolution that passed lays out very clear conditions that must be met. These terms are not subject to negotiation. If Gaddafi does not comply with the resolution, the international community will impose consequences, and the resolution will be enforced through military action.
Understand this word. We are with Muammar Gaddafi. All the Libyan people with Muammar Gaddafi. You are nothing, Obama. You are nothing. And the NATO, where is the safety that the NATO talk about? Where's the democracy of your country? Leave us, leave alone. Leave us, leave us. Let us live in peace. Let us live in peace. We won't live in peace. And peace with Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi, give us the safety. Give me the freedom. Give the Libyan people the freedom. And Allah wa Muhammad ulijawab.
This is overthrowing a government that did nothing to harm any country in NATO. This was an act of naked aggression. This is a looting operation. This is the NATO's attempt to use the Arab Spring revolutions as cover to take over a country, a sovereign country that has not attacked NATO, and to loot this country of its resources, its oil, its water, and its gold.
Ever since I saw the plan back in 1971 and 72 when I was on the intelligence briefing team for SINCPAC Fleet to bring about one world totalitarian socialist government, and when I saw that the United States was behind the whole thing to create world government over the ashes of all sovereign nations and existing religions around this world. This is not coming from without. The United States created the United Nations. The United States created the European Union.
The EEC was created by the Central Intelligence Agency, working through a lodge in Italy called the P2 Lodge. Propaganda 2 is the name of it, which is the intelligence arm of the Vatican, and Prince Bernard, who is the leader of this World Council that controls these secret societies around the world, called the Bilderberg Group. They are destroying it. They are subverting it. Our Constitution has not been allowed to work since 1945, and maybe even earlier. And they have been working behind the scenes to bring about a one world totalitarian socialist government with the Communist Manifesto as its platform through the United Nations, which was created by this nation from an older organization called the League of Nations, which was the original foundation. And at the highest levels of our government, the Constitution's already been scrapped, and they are working under the aegis of the UN Participation Act and the United Nations Charter.
Which says what?
Which says that there are no rights, there are only privileges. And privileges can be granted or taken away at will by the state.
Quite a frightening scenario.
It's a very frightening scenario. And people better wake up to the fact that unless they wake up and do something about it now, there's only going to be one alternative. And that's either take up arms, restore the Constitution, and the blood will run in the streets of America, or reach down and put the shackles around your own feet and march off into slavery peacefully.
Well, it shocked the hell out of me, but they thought I was one of them. It was an accident that I got in there. I'd been a member of the Demolay Society when I was 13 years old, only attended 3 meetings, and then my father was transferred to Japan. I never saw another lodge and never went to another meeting. And that was the end of that. When I filled out all my documentation for my top secret QSI security clearance, which was required to be able to work in the command center and on the briefing team at SINCPAC Fleet, I didn't see Demolay on there. So I checked Freemason. And when I checked Freemason, that's what opened all the doors and got me the security clearance and put me in those positions to be able to see what I saw. And I think the hand of God was working when that happened, so that I would be able to warn his people of what was coming. And I've been doing that ever since. I didn't see absolutely everything, but I saw enough to give me an edge and a vast head start on anybody that's ever lived before in the public sector that's not normally privy to this. And I spent the last, well, ever since researching to find out what it all meant and where we're going. They know that there's a hardcore group of American men and women who are devout, religious, moral people who love freedom and are dedicated to the concept of liberty and freedom and will fight to protect and defend constitutional Republican government against anything that comes along. And when that begins, it's going to be a terrible, terrible thing. I've spent most of my adult life trying to warn people and wake up enough people so that this did not have to happen, because I know it's going to be terrible. Since 1988, when I began telling the world, not just the American people, but the world, about Majesty 12, which is the plan to enslave the human race in a world totalitarian socialist government, the merger of the military of the United States and what used to be known as the old Soviet Union under NATO, which is occurring now. People don't understand that NATO is an arm of the United Nations. It was formed under the auspices of the United Nations Charter and takes its orders from the Security Council. Warsaw Pact was also formed under the auspices of the United Nations Charter and was an arm of the United Nations and took its orders also from the Security Council. The Cold War was a total farce, and that's why we never had any military conflicts with the Soviet Union. George Bush said it very clearly, but nobody was listening when he said, "No longer will any nation stand against a world united."
And with that action, he established the legal foundation in international law that the United Nations is now legally the one world government. You see, our forefathers were also members of this secret group, and this country was founded to bring about the New World Order.
So at the beginning, the founders of this country actually did create what was I guess you could say, an above board good government basis for a good government.
Yes, they gave us every tool to ensure the success. But it was an experiment, you see, because man had always claimed that he could rule himself, but had never been allowed to do that. In the history of the world, there had never been a people who were truly free or who truly ruled themselves until the United States of America was created as a republic by which we rule ourselves through elected representatives whom we sent to the State House, either in the States or to Congress. They also gave us every tool by which we would destroy ourselves if we weren't capable of doing it. The United States and France, the revolution in this country and the revolution in France, were created to bring about governments which would function as the antithesis to the kings and queens of the world and cause them to topple off their thrones. It also gave man a chance to prove once and for all whether he could rule himself or not. And if he could, fine, that would be the New World Order. If he couldn't, they built the tools into the Constitution to allow them to take it away from us. And those tools are the creation of the federal democracy within the boundaries of Washington, D.C., and the right to contract, through which, if we were irresponsible, we would contract to receive rights from that federal democracy and thus, in return, give up our freedom. And that's exactly what's happening. We're seeing the destruction of the economy of the United States, and it will continue. It will not get better. We need to send people to Congress and to government who are going to clean house, kick all the members of secret societies out of the bureaucracy, try them for treason, because they are traitors.
Not against law to buy a firearm. It's not against law to buy anything that they sell at the gun show. And bringing these tanks and stuff around here, I tell you what, being an American first, no one's going to hurt me or my family. That's American policy here. You could have arrested me any day as I jogged up and down this road. You could have arrested me going to town or going to Walmart, and never will I ever appreciate somebody coming here with 2 helicopters and cattle trailers and all that. Because this ain't America anymore when the ATF has that kind of power to come into anybody's home and kick doors down and things like that. Somebody's going to get hurt. Hey, this is my family. You come pointing guns in the direction of my wife and my kids, damn it, I'll meet you at the door any time. And I'm sorry some of you guys got shot, but, hey, now I'm going to have to sort that out with me.
The people whose ancestors came to the New World to escape religious persecution in the Old World stood and watched the Branch Davidians burn, including all of their children, all of their women, and they cheered and said it was because they were a bunch of religious fanatics. And to their shame, I have to tell them they are stupid, ignorant sheeple who are on the verge of enslavement, and they're going to deserve exactly what they get.
What I've discovered is there's no proof existing anywhere that extraterrestrials are real or that have ever visited this planet. There is not one shred of evidence anywhere. There is lots of evidence, tons of it in fact, that there are a group of people who want us to believe in some extraterrestrial threat from space so that they can cause a bringing together of all the people to resist that external threat. 8 times during Reagan's administration, he inserted almost the exact same phrase into 8 of his speeches.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
He walked on the moon. Tonight, he says, aliens are among us.
They obviously have a different body configuration than we do, and the little grays, that's the most prevalent one.
Dr. Mitchell is one of only 12 people who have walked on the moon. He says he has never personally seen an alien, but believes the people who say they have.
I just hope they cling to their technology with all they've got. I hope they train every soldier to use computers and not be able to function without a satellite uplink and all of that stuff, so we can just kick their butts and try them for the crimes that they're guilty of. They have declared war upon me and all patriots and everybody in this country who has taken an oath to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And if the Civil War has to start on my doorstep, that's as good a place as any.
This all happened in a little town called Eager, Arizona, which is just on the eastern side of the state of Arizona. It's almost on the border of New Mexico. Sheriff's deputies, we understand, were trying to serve some type of arrest warrant on a man by the name of William Cooper. He's also known as Bill Cooper. He has a website, we understand, and on that website, he acknowledges that there is an arrest warrant for him, but he writes, and we're quoting here, any attempt by any federal government agent or anyone else to execute the unlawful arrest warrants will be met with armed resistance. Any person who attempts to kidnap our children will be shot upon discovery, and that is apparently what happened during the gunfight. Cooper himself was shot, and he was killed. Was shot, and he was killed. And he was killed.
Try and help the Russians in every way that we can to make ready to meet the spring offensive of Hitler. I appreciate there are some people in this country who are still afraid of the spread of the Russian ideology, but what they've got to recollect is that if we are friendly with Russia and have an arrangement of cooperation with them, any dangers which they fear will be very much less. As a matter of fact, the Soviet Union have no idea and no wish to interfere with the internal affairs of any other country. I know that from the lips of Stalin himself.
Are killed, and they even make soap out of them. I know that. I know that directly from first hand. You can be sure it is that way.
Futile attempts, which they knew by any logic that they can't succeed, to jump out from the lorries, which takes them to the gas chambers, which are only perhaps less than a mile away, and which were already stoked, and the fire was coming out from the chimneys. And the fire was coming out from the chimneys.
There was a man in the United States called Henry C. Morgenthau, who was the Secretary of the Treasury and a very close friend of the President, Franklin Roosevelt. And Morgenthau wanted vengeance on the Germans. And he drew up what became called the Morgenthau Plan. And he presented this plan to Churchill and Roosevelt at a meeting, which was held in Quebec City in Canada in 1944. Roosevelt and Churchill signed the plan to reduce the population of Germany. The death of 20 million people was approved, and then the press got a hold of this in the States and Canada. So Roosevelt, in the autumn of 1944, disowned the plan and said, "Oh, I don't know how I could have signed that." But he did. So he said, of course we won't do that. But then they went ahead secretly, planning to do just that. And the deaths of the prisoners was the first step, and the deaths of millions of civilians more by starvation. I only revealed the French and the American. Russians finally revealed their own deaths, which was 500,000 German prisoners. So the Allies between them killed off 1.5 million Germans in camps after the war. The whole of Germany from 1945 to 1950, it was just a prison. We ran it, and we said what happened there. Nobody can emigrate, and so on. And the government has to do what we say. And you can't have an army, on and on and on. We ran things. And the Germans were re-educated. All their textbooks were rewritten. It destroyed all the old ones and made them write new ones. You'll see in other losses that there was a group of university academics writing about the prisoners of war. They're Willy Brandt. He took over the books that these academics were putting together, and he told them not to say anything that would upset the Americans.
I brought that guy back from Israel, John Deminick. It was my Freedom of Information Act which proved not only that he was innocent, but who Ivan really was. The case was so sensitive, members of Congress would say, Jim, I love you, but please don't involve me. I sent my evidence to the Sixth Circuit Court in Cincinnati. They wouldn't accept it. I finally sent it over to Israel, to the Israeli Supreme Court, and they called me over there, and I went with the family. I did a live interview satellite with Brian Gumbel, and I said, when they put this innocent man to death, they're going to lose $15 to $20 billion every year they get from the American taxpayers. And Brian Gumbel says, what are you talking about? They only get $3 billion. And I said, Brian, that's only the foreign aid bill. Look at all the other trade compacts, economic assistance, military assistance. I'm saying this to you right now. Israel gets approximately $15 billion a year from the American taxpayers. That $15 billion is $30,000 for every man, woman, and child. And people in my district are losing their pension benefits. So I was targeted big time.
Ja, das deutsche Volk war ja damals eine Demokratie vor uns. Und es ist ausgeplündert und ausgepresst worden. Nein, was heißt für die internationalen Hyänen? Das interessiert die gar nicht. Es interessiert sie nur eines. Ist jemand bereit, sich ausplündern zu lassen? Ja oder nein? Ist jemand dumm genug, dabei stillzuhalten? Ja oder nein? Und wenn eine Demokratie dumm genug ist, dabei stillzuhalten, dann ist sie gut. Und wenn ein autoritärer Staat erklärt, wir plündern unser Volk nicht aus, weder innen noch außen, dann ist das schrecklich.
There was a bankruptcy that was concocted right after the Great Depression, when many of our grandparents were still struggling to survive. And what happened was they were expatriated. They had no knowledge of this. They certainly did not give their consent. America's gold was stolen by the international bankers. Our gold and silver was stolen. And we were collateralized as a nation against this concocted debt. What was collateralized? Our property, our equity, our children, and our souls. So I won't get into how the souls become collateralized because that's a different conversation. We're a nation, we're USA Inc., and we're running on a corporate structure. It has a very significant structure. It's based on contract that have been signed for us and implemented for us, and you don't know about this. They don't think that you need to. We're not running America. Globalists are running America. And when you look at Senate Report 93549, it's very, very clear. Our country, every year since 1933, has initiated a perpetual emergency war powers. Every year, it's reinitiated by every sitting president. And what that means is that when we're under a perpetual emergency powers act, the Constitution has been suspended. The Senate Report 93549, which identifies all of you and me as enemies of the government. Then you build upon the silent weapons document, which is a technical research manual that was put together in the 40s by the US Air Force, Rockefeller, the international bankers, and Harvard University. It is a manual that is intended for economic domination of the world and control of all energy. And it's important to understand, they plan to control it all. Now, they say in the Silent Weapons Quiet Wars document that when you have a few wealthy people with the methodologies and the goal to control all energy on the planet, and they have not told us, it is considered a declaration of war. And so the Silent Weapons document is a declaration of war. In fact, William Cooper has it in the very front of his book, Behold a Pale Horse. Now, the reason why the Silent Weapons document is so important is they wrote it, and it's in their words. Now, many of you are noticing the cameras everywhere. They're on all the street corners, they're up the freeways, they're on buildings, they're everywhere. There's sensors everywhere. The surveillance in the United States has already imprisoned us. And the definition, they say, is when a silent weapon is applied gradually, the public adjusts and adapts to its presence and learns to tolerate its encroachment on their lives until the pressure, both psychological and economic, become too great and they crack up. They also tell us, therefore, the silent weapon system is a type of biological warfare. It attacks our vitality, our options, our mobility of individuals of a society by knowing. That's the data collection. That's Bluffdale, Utah. That's the cameras. That's all the tracking. That's the camera in your computer screen when you're sitting behind your computer. That is the flicker rate, and that's what's happening on your televisions. Everything that's coming wireless into your home.
So as we come further back, we'll see how far it stays past 100. This is considered extremely dangerous. Still is, as long as it's past 3, it's dangerous. We're all the way past there. Now getting closer, let's see when it stops. It's at 100. We're about 4.5 feet away right now. Immediately back to 0. So that's how dangerous the microwave. So in addition to taking all the vitamins and nutrients and radiating your food, the microwave, just standing within about 4.5 to 5 feet of it, is dangerous for you because of all the magnetic rays that it has. This example is a standard Mac laptop computer. So we put this on top, and as you can see, we're still in the 0 to 100 range. It immediately goes way off the charts past 100. And what does that mean to you? These are something that people keep on their lap. So we look here, going back. As soon as I get within a couple inches of it, it goes way off the chart. Now remember, 3 is what's dangerous. We're all the way up past 100 when I touch it. So what does that mean? You don't want to put a laptop on your lap. That's why Apple is no longer calling these laptops. They're calling them personal computers. Because when you put this on the lap, you're having it right on top of your reproductive organ.
Notice that this modem is innocently sitting here, apparently doing nothing. However, when we turn on the radio frequency meter, it is measuring the transmission of the wireless coming out of this modem. And you can see that the peak signal strength on the left column of this meter is at almost 6 volts per meter. That's as high as it goes. I'm going to show you the office is back in that direction through those doors. And although the reading is down a little bit on the meter, you can still see that the whole house is more or less being influenced by this radio frequency transmission. This is where I sleep. These are not high readings, but it's still going to disturb melatonin levels. It's still going to disturb my sleep.
You can look at Mount Weather, W-E-A-T-H-E-R. It is a underground facility that was built about 47 miles outside of Washington, D.C. in the 50s. And it houses the intention to incarcerate every single one of us with data collection and tracking and monitoring and sensors. So what you're hearing Edward Snowden say is not a new revelation at all. We were told in the Silent Weapons document exactly what they intended to do. They talk about wanting to know, and keeping in mind this was put together in the 40s, and it was adopted at the very first Bilderberg meeting in 1954 in the Netherlands. And they wanted to know back then, in the 40s, about each and every single one of you. The what, where, why, when, how, and who. They were going to look at general sources of information. They were going to look at telephone taps. This is in the 40s. Behavior of your children in school. They would know your friends, your associations, your political affiliation. They would know your personal paper trail because they would know your banking account statements, your credit card purchases. Everything was tagged and planned to be tagged back in the 40s with the Universal Product Code. This is no new news.
If Hitler had won World War II. But this is a very different America than the one we know.
We know the source of America's troubles.
In this America, technology is used to intimidate and control. Citizens are under constant surveillance by secret police.
Attacks from foreign influence.
Fascism is always dependent on repression. Secret police, some state control that tamps down any opposition.
Living under Nazi rule would be absolutely terrible. Then people act like it's all okay, but look deep into their eyes. They're absolutely miserable.
For nearly 70 years, they have used technological advances to control and oppress the population. The government-controlled internet is the newest weapon of mass deception. Social media promotes Nazi values.
It's important to remember that any innovation or any technology can be weaponized. The Twitter and Facebooks of the world can be corrupted and used in a totalitarian way for surveillance or whatever.
Today, totalitarian governments throughout the world use social media technology for surveillance and to control their populations.
When we look at China, for example, they have tens of thousands of people whose job it is to monitor what people are doing on the internet.
Then people act like it's all okay, but look deep into their eyes. They're absolutely miserable.
Now, I found it interesting when I listened to Bill Gates on TED Talk. And he said that the world has 6.8 billion people, and that's headed up to about 9 billion. Now he says, quote, "Now if we really do a great job on new vaccines and healthcare, reduction of health services, we could lower the number of people." Now, Bill Gates goes on to further say if he only had one wish, only one wish, he would want there to be 0 CO2 emissions by the year 2050. Now, we're all dead if that occurs because we need CO2. The plants survive, the earth survives, we survive. And the bulk of the population now believes the demonization of CO2 emissions, just like fossil fuels are dead, decaying dinosaurs. This is the Iron Mountain Report. It's a blueprint for tyranny. It came out of the 1960s. They commissioned experts to look at what the United States would look like if we should transition out of a time of war into a golden age of peace. And Kennedy was assassinated prior to the completion of this report. And when this report was given to Johnson, he said because of the content, it's never to be given to the American people. Well, a whistleblower leaked this document, and the government said it was a hoax. Our parents believed it was a hoax if they were not too busy to even know that it existed at the time. It's so important to understand this. And what is this? Well, the Iron Mountain Report talks about how they were going to subvert education, exactly what Orlean and others in this room have been fighting so hard against.
So this is a dovetail.
Don't stand for this. Right? You're sitting here like cattle. You have questions. You confront them. They don't want to do it in public.
Okay,
Excuse me, buddy. Hey, this is America. This is not a CNN political debate. You're managing to go where you want. Hey, that's right.
They needed something so horrific and so impactful that it would be believable globally and it would injure every single one of you equal to the effects of war. So they decided that that needed to be invented, and they invented global warming. They said at the time that they would have to bring the ecology up to enough damage by damaging the ecology with the corporate structure. NASA and the corporations have damaged our world intentionally to seduce us into the false illusion that it's our fault, that we have to now believe in scarcity and we now have to rein in the population because there's too many of us.
We know more clearly than ever before that we carry common burdens, face common problems, and must respond with common action. And second, as we travel through space, as we pass one dead planet after another, we look back on our Earth, a speck of light in an infinite void.
Now, what is also very important is what Rothschild discovered about energy. He said he discovered there was a basic principle of power, influence, and control over people as applied in economics. The principle is very simple. Quote, "When you assume the appearance of power, people soon give it to you." So we've had a great many people assume the position of power. And because we have been intentionally kept very busy, we have given our trust to those that represent us, and they don't.
And in fact, I have determined that here back during the Bush administration, when they were talking about his neocons, the neoconservatives, that was just kind of a more modern, polite term for National Socialists, because that's what they were.
And what you just said is key. A bunch of the neocons were Jewish and had been Trotskyites, but at the University of Chicago, they followed one of the sheep-dipped Nazis who was the head of the program there, Strauss. And so they were actually communists that then adopted a fascist model, and they lobby for a fascist model.
Well, what they did was turn them from communist socialism to National Socialism.
Yes.
Socialism.
Exactly.
What they did was turn them from communist socialism to national socialism. Yeah, socialism. Exactly.
Not enough, as I've said many times, for a party like the Conservatives just to open the door and say, come on in. If all you see is a sea of white Christian faces, you need to see people from your own communities getting to the top of the army, getting to the top of the legal profession, getting to the top of the business, and yes, getting to the top of the Conservative Party and politics too. Yeah. So the truth is, if we're going to build that strong, vibrant and inclusive society, we need more role models like this. Many more Muslim men and women at the top of British businesses, many more Muslim soldiers in the highest level of command, and of course, more Muslims in our parliament. So there's not just one Muslim in the cabinet and one in the shadow cabinet, but British Muslims all across government in positions of leadership and authority.
Positions of leadership and authority.
Upon this battle depends the survival of Christian civilization. On this battle depends the survival of Christian civilization.
It concludes that Iraq has chemical and biological weapons, which could be activated within 45 minutes.
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere. Nope, no weapons over there. Maybe under here.
It's good to be back at the Council on Foreign Relations. As Pete mentioned, I've been a member for a long time and was actually a director for some period of time. I never mentioned that when I was campaigning for re-election back home in Wyoming.
There are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
But is this an unknown unknown?
I'm not going to say which it is.
We know this well here. The peddling of lies. That 9/11 was somehow a Jewish plot.
The 5 Israelis were detained for 10 weeks and finally deported on immigration violations after the FBI cleared them of any involvement in 9/11.
The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
Can you say why America is the greatest country in the world?
Diversity and opportunity.
Lewis? Freedom and freedom. So let's keep it that way.
Well,
The New York Jets.
No, I'm going to hold you to an answer on that. What makes America the greatest country in the world? Why is
It's
America
not the greatest country in the world, Professor. That's my answer.
Yeah. 5-hour stream. And I didn't do much talking. I know, I just wanted to play the video. Just wanted to run it. So, there you go. I'm sure you can find this on, I'm not sure if you can find this on YouTube or not. We're going to find out where this goes. But, I've been paying a lot of attention to Odyssey. I got, I think, almost 10 videos on Odyssey now. Most of you guys have seen it. So, yeah. But I doubt you can get this on YouTube, to be honest with you. You can now until they take it off. But, yeah. Well, there you go. Enjoy your weekend. I will probably see everybody on Sunday. I might do something tomorrow on TMK. Maybe we'll do a little panel something tomorrow, TMK. If I can pull John Wayne in or something. He's a busy dude these days. All right. So, yeah, Sarah, Kim, Nancy, thank you for hanging in there. A lot of the ways. Athrenas, Mr. Waters. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. Look, this channel's, it's insignificant in the big world, but maybe I'll get a couple of visits. I I was thinking of contacting Robbie and seeing if he wanted to partner up on a few things down the road. You know? Why not? I thought that was a good mix when we laid some shit down. So, thank you, everybody. And yeah, I'm going to reach out to Robbie. And, you know, I know Lori's not down for anything right now. So, I'll reach out to Robbie and see if him and I want to pull some shit together. I think that'll go well. So, if you guys could like, subscribe, share, like, subscribe, all the above. All right? Yeah. I think last night what I did on that panel, I think it needed to happen. I'm calculated in most things I do. So I went on that panel last night over in JD's room because I wanted to test the waters on a few things. And I think it worked. So I feel good about it. And everybody else should feel good about it too. I think good things will come from it. It felt good. And I think it was the right thing to do. So yeah, we'll do, you know, kind of documentations. We'll do, you know, some of these things here, right? Like this, for example. And then we'll maybe go live here on my live streams, whatever, when I go out into town. And then we can keep TMK for Rev Radio. And we'll do some panels on TMK with some guests and whatnot when I have that going on, special guests. Right? That's what we'll do. I knew Nancy was out there somewhere. Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. And yeah, enjoy yourselves. If you're going to tune into this after the fact, that's 5 hours. You know, you can do a lot of things in 5 hours. Do the dishes already. They've been there for days. Do the fucking dishes. All right. You could do your nails, wash your hair, vacuum, clean something. It's great for that kind of background thing going on. You know, pull the neighbors in. Hey, sit here. Listen. Shut up. Right? Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm gonna call it. Good looking out. Everybody take it easy. Get this channel over to Susan Donahue if you could. That'd be great if anybody has access to her. That'd be awesome. I think she'd like to know about this channel. Debbie, thank you. Yeah, like, share, subscribe. If you're coming in just now, you're a little late to the party. It was a 5-hour video. It's a 5-hour documentary. I strongly recommend you going back to the beginning and watching it. And I wouldn't fast forward through anything. There are a couple of, you know, buffering, but it happens. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. All right, all right. Come back tomorrow. TMK2. We'll probably have some cheese for you.